Let me know when.
You're live.
Oh, I am? 3, 2, 1. Okay. So, welcome everybody. Hi out there. I hope you guys are comfy. You found yourself in a nice, easy chair. Maybe you're filling the dishwasher, or you're getting your to-do list for Sunday, or thinking about Thanksgiving and making your dinner list, right? Seeing what you got. Do we have butter? Do we have milk? So I want to say happy Thanksgiving ahead of time to everybody. I'm so thankful for you, that you get to be a part of this show, that God guided me to do this for you, and for all the spirits that get to speak today. Woohoo! Yay to the afterlife. Let's do a little cheers to them. We love you. We miss you. We thank you for all the signs you give us, and whatever messages you lighten our grief in the healing process today. Amen. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing today. Some of you may be first-time watchers. So we've been doing the show since January, believe it or not, of 2021. And here we are in November already. So I want to talk a little bit about how to be grateful and the power of gratitude. Maybe just 2-3 minutes. Real quick, I wrote a few notes down just so I can get right to the point and move on. And then we have some readings to do, and you're going to be a part of that. We can't do the show without you. So if you can donate through Venmo, it's at Teresa-Roba, a $10 minimum. You could obviously do more. We appreciate it, because all this stuff, we got all these people here doing their job, set up, breakdown, handling the donations, the chat room, watching everything that's going good, whatever. Like, there's so much going on over here. And I can't do it, be sitting over here. So we need to pay for this production, keep the lights on at the center, and be able to do this financially for you guys. So every Sunday, make a note of it, 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Every Sunday. That's right, you heard me. 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock. You could be wherever you are, whether you're down the shore, you're in your car, you're at home, you're just watching TV, you want to open your device or go to your phone, and there I am every Sunday, 2 to 5. Now, if you want to let people know too, because that's the only thing I don't know how to do, is to promote. So if you can help us, you can call and let me know what you can do for us at 215-393-9021 in the promotional department, 215-393-9021. I advertise on Facebook a little bit, like just through posts, and I throw something on Instagram every now and then, but that's about it. That's my limited capacity here, but we're hoping to get to a bigger audience. And for now, you guys have me all to yourself, and the little bit of people that do this. But we do appreciate you again. We're just starting out, but we're doing a great job here. I'm going to just give you the agenda here. We're going to do probably about 4 or 5 readings today. And at the very end, I have a guest coming on who actually connects with the afterlife as well. And we'll start talking a little bit about gratitude as well and how it can help you. November 21st is today's date, 2021. You may even want to bring out a piece of paper and note certain things you get throughout the show that may give you that feeling like Spirit's talking directly to you. You need to remember this, and start out with your angels giving you a message for 2021 for November. We are happy. Now, I'm going to tell you that word happy is a theme today. You should be happy we're doing this. I'm happy to do it for you. Spirit is happy to do this for you. I'm happy to be the pencil that they write with, all that good stuff. Happiness creates gratitude. Gratitude creates happiness, which creates the ability to be aware of more gratitude. So we, your angels, are saying we are happy to offer you our solutions. As your happiness makes us happy. Are you kidding me? There's 3 happies in this message. As your happiness makes us happy and is fulfillment of God's will. Now, I did not read that. I read that fresh, live, on air here. I wrote, what do you see what I wrote down? I wrote a few things down here. I channeled from above and got a couple things to tell you. So, your angels are saying we are happy to offer you our solutions, as your happiness makes us happy and is a fulfillment of God's will. So think of angels as a piece of God manifested in the physical world to guide, protect, and love us. Remind us of our worth, right? Help us in our relationship, in our mental health, our mind. So there's a light shining through our mind as we think and decide and choose to feel, right? That would be God's will, our happiness, right? And the solutions are not only problems, how to fix them, how for your day to be better, you to be better, but it's also about, the best way to go about something great, or how to most embrace a celebratory, a happy moment, how to really get the most out of that. Have you ever, tasted something very creamy or something, whatever you like, and something made you say, slow down and really take it in. Or you looked at a beautiful scenery or the colors that just kind of mishmashed on the sky at that very moment, in a blink, it's going to change. The sky's constantly moving and shifting, that you really take it in. Something says pause, not stop, but just take a moment, a breath, really inhale it, really take it in, really see it, see it, and that's your message from your angels today. So how do I get to be a part of the show? How do I get a reading, Teresa? You go to PayPal or Venmo right now, as I'm stalling and doing all this other stuff to get people to donate. And your name gets in a bowl, and live on camera, my grandchild will come here, my Mia. And then hopefully Sophia will come on also, my other grandchild, and handpick live on camera your name. We'll do a shout out to say call. We'll give you the number 215-393-9021. You want to put that number handy just in case it is you. You want to call it as soon as possible. 215-393-9021. And we mic'd up the phone here. We'll be ready to talk with you and see what spirit comes to meet us today to validate your amazing connection. Remember, I'm not giving you something you don't already have. God's validating it through me. Did you hear that? So don't let any medium or any psychic ever make you feel like they have a stronger, more intimate connection to your loved ones in heaven that have crossed over their souls than you do. You are more closer. Are you kidding me? You're the relationship. You're the soulmate. You're the intertwined forever centuries of lifetimes and moments in heaven before you chose to be here together on earth. I always say that you don't meet down here your loved ones from heaven when you charted and chatted up and figure out what you're doing down here to learn or to help or to heal. Excuse me, I have a little bit of a allergy thing today. You actually recognize each other. There's something in the eyes or something in the demeanor, how you feel around that person, that you feel like you could be yourself. You feel safe and comfortable. That person's got your back, and you know who you are out there. I love you. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the time of the year. It's November 21st, and we got a couple days. The 25th is Thanksgiving. It's when we gather. Now, some people are just going to keep it, just their household. We still have COVID going on. In fact, the numbers are going up, and God, God love us. Hopefully we make good choices the next few weeks, that after the holidays and all, the numbers start going down in the right direction. And 2022 is a new beginning, a new year of health and wellness for all of us. But let's talk a little bit about gratitude. Okay, so gratitude is the ritual of appreciation. Who wants to be appreciated? Hands up. Yeah, and all the afterlife is doing it too. So when you do get a sign from them saying, I love you, I know it's you, they love that. I know it's you, I love you too. Anything on those lines. They love to feel, and it's not the ego that manifests that wanting to appreciate. It's actually that they the love for you. They just want to see that you actually can benefit by what they did, or that you got what they wanted to help you with, like the good parking spots. Okay. So gratitude is appreciation. It's the love in your life, what you love in life, whether it's good health, your family, everything, top to bottom, sideways, all good things for everybody. It's feeling grateful. Actually, the feeling of gratitude connects us. to a higher vibration. So guess who it connects you to? The afterlife. Your soul in your body. Remember, you're not a physical being having a spiritual connection. You're a spirit having a human connection here. Oh God, help us, right? So your spirit is connecting to the spirit in the spirit world. When you do anything that's on a higher level, being kind, being generous, being forgiving, being humorous, actually being funny, is a higher vibe. Anything that brings you up, you ever hear it brings you down? Well, the opposite of that, right? Connects you to the afterlife. It connects you to the life force. It connects you to the breath, to your life. It gets you to see clearer. It's the energy of goodness. It also boosts happiness. It's that feeling of satisfaction of life. So looking around and being grateful, oh my God, makes you happy. And then being happy actually leads to feeling grateful. It's kind of like that bing, 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 like a little bouncy ball that just bounces around. It just keeps going and going and going. Better sleep, believe it or not. Anybody out there having sleep issues, right? You keep waking up, you sleep a little bit, wake up, you feel exhausted, even the amount of sleep you got, you still push yourself through the day. Feeling grateful brings you up and actually gives you a good night's sleep. It actually helps with burnout, feeling grateful. Okay. On a cellular level, inflammation. And most illness either leads to inflammation or inflammation leads to illness. So on a cellular level, if you can help physically, why not, right? Mental strength. So that's clarity, that's recognizance, everything of the mind, the processing, right? It actually leads, ready for this, wisdom, right? So there's a part of the brain which is in the front, which has to do with learning and whatever. I'll get to it in a minute. But it actually, they did a study where they examined the brain of people that just wrote a list of stuff, and then another group that wrote a list of everything that bugged them that week, and then one group that wrote a list of everything they were grateful for. And the group that had the gratitude assignment, they saw a lot of the part of their brain that has to do with focus and well, not memory so much, but like learning, like absorbing, seeing, tuning in, like that was lit up. It was very active. So if you want more happiness, create the attitude of gratitude. Okay. And it leads all to all these mental, physical, all these great things. Study found that more healing, attention to learning, and decision making. Boy, if that doesn't shift your life. Should I not? Should I turn left? Should I turn right? You make better decisions. The attitude of gratitude helps your brain chemistry relieve stress, which leads to the feeling of reward. I know that's a big statement there. When you relieve stress, the attitude of gratitude, looking around and being grateful for anything, this water here, all of a sudden I got some kind of a chemical that is released in my body that gives me that feeling of reward. So think of that. So if all this is making you feel good and you're interested, I want to feel more grateful, how to work on it. So establish a daily practice. So make that decision, make that commitment, make that ritual, okay, of maybe one idea. Okay, I'm going to give you a few. Is a daily journal. Okay. Okay. I already talked about that. Okay. Blah, 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 I talked about that. Don't need to. Okay. The good news is you don't have to write every day. It doesn't have to be like, well, if you didn't write on Tuesday, then you screwed everything up and you have to start all over. You don't get any points. No, it's not a game. It's actually like watering your plants or creating anything in life. It doesn't, just because you slow down or you didn't do it one day and you pick up the next day, doesn't destroy all that you created, okay? So you don't need to write every day. Once or twice a week is good. Another thing is take note of, like, when you do choose in some way to acknowledge things that are good in your life, whether you write it down in a journal, you take a mental note, you make that daily practice. Today I'm going to really look out for things that I should note to be grateful for. You want to look for people, situations, events. Even, I know it sounds, egotistic, but even things like my little Snoopy mug I love here. It says, friends forever. I love my mug. I think I got this at Five and Below. I think. I'm not sure. Okay. So another way, I'm going to give you like 3 more things to think about how to, a way to make a daily practice, a decision, a commitment, the intention to be more grateful, is write someone a letter. You've been thinking about that person that did that for you, or is always there for you, or takes you to work, or whatever. They do something that you're grateful for. Write them a letter. It's called a gratitude visit. That's a name for the practice. Somebody wrote a book about it and all that. And there's another way you can do it. It's called the 3 blessings technique. At the end of every day, you could be laying in bed and root through your day and think of them. You could actually write it down. You could say it out loud in a prayer to God. You want to end every day with 3 things, just 3, for that you're grateful for. Another practice is saying thank you and meaning it throughout the day. Like if you go shopping and the cashier bagged your groceries, really look at them in the eye and say thank you and smile. Like really put a little bit more love, into it. Just like thanks, really practice saying thank you with a real and a meaningful way. Okay. Another one is thank you. I want to use that actually, and to thank you for listening to my gratitude spiel here for Thanksgiving. Okay, and last but not least, I want to say pray. You can pray for all that you're thankful for. You can, I know this is kind of kooky. You'll think, really, Teresa? But yes, there's a practice of gratitude that you actually thank God for what you didn't even receive yet. Almost like the man behind the curtain. Like, God, even though you can't see, is working on that solution or that healing for others or for yourself, or because sometimes we give God the long list. You want to thank God, ask God for favors and say thank you, for listening, for accepting, for hearing you, whatever. So you want to pray for gratitude and think of what you have got. And last but not least is, I thought of this, look over your life. Like stop for a second, how old you are now, and just skim over from when you were a baby till now, and look over the gratitude big moments that blessed your life, that brought you to, through your path to where you are now. So thank God you, can you get this? Thank God you met that person. Thank God you said no to that or yes to this. Sometimes when we beg God for something and we didn't get it, we're sad. But years later, we can look back and go, you saw more than me and you knew it was coming that was better for me. And thank you, God, for not saying yes to that, So that's our thank you section. And everybody, if you did a shot every time I said thank you, you are bombed right now. You're like on the floor drooling because I said thank you a million times. But again, I can't thank you enough, as they say. Now, we're going to smudge. This is not how I see dead people. Okay, so this is called sage. It is, I laugh at my own jokes, yes. This is dried leaves. It's called white sage. It's twined with string. You usually buy it like that. Amazon has it $8 to $20, depending on how much you get. This is what I want you to do. I was going to do it, get it all ready, but I thought I learn by seeing. Maybe you learn by seeing. I break some of it off and let it fly into my cup and everything. Here we go. A little white sage in our coffee, yeah. And you put it in a shell or a bowl, not on a paper plate, obviously. And fresh sage is best. If you've already cleaned your house, you've already saged yourself or somebody else, you want to get rid of that. Like after it's already, done, it's been sitting there for a couple days, dump it in the trash, not right away. You want to prevent fire. And then, okay, what? Okay, so we're going to burn the sage and get moving because we want to get to the first reading. Now, there was a girl, AC, who her phone died at the very end last week. And I promised her that I would give her a little bit more time at the beginning of this show. Okay? So as prayer works, that I can bless you by praying for you, even if you're in another country, if you're in front of me or not, this is the same technique, the same intention to bless the space, to bless myself, and to bless you. So when you get these messages, whether you hear them in another reading or it is you got picked for a reading, you will connect more. You'll understand what they're saying. And the reading is between the two of you, not me. I'm receiving them, giving them to you. So the more you get out of this, the more you receive and understand what they're saying, the more we get, the more the process happens that way. Okay, so we're going to call AC right now. And I'll be working with these cards. I want to show you what they're called in case you like them. They're called Talking to Heaven. Now, I know some of you are seeing this backwards. It's by James Van Prague. They're mediumship cards. So they are literally created to get a message from people that have passed. So I have them in front of me. We'll wrap up each reading with that. And if we're waiting for people, maybe I'll pull one for somebody in the chat room. Okay. And we have a ring. Okay. Hi, AC?
Yes.
Oh, wow. You were right there next to the phone. Good for you. So you were nice and ready. So you know what happened last time. Your phone died, right? AC?
Yes.
I thought I lost you again.
Oh, yes, my phone died.
Your phone died. Okay. Well, we made a connection with a young man, and we'll see what else. And then your phone died. So let's see what else he wants to say. Okay. Or whoever wants to come in today for you. Okay. Now you'll respond with how you connect with them, what the meaning means. So everyone that watches feels connected to this reading. Remember, if I feel a mother, it could be mother, mother-in-law. Even if you're not married, you're in that love connection. That could be that mother. Father figure stepping forward. AC could be a father or father-in-law. Sister, brother-in-law. Not your brother or your sister. And yes, pets have souls. Children can come through if they were a miscarriage or not. Okay. So I do feel the young man again, and I feel that he wants to connect with a mother figure. Hold on. So is his mother alive?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if he has a sister? Because he's talking about a young girl. Does he have a sister?
Yes, a little sister.
Thank you. Because there's that feeling of young girl alive. Connect with her. Please tell her. And I felt more like a sister.
Right.
Okay. Does he have a stepbrother or half brother?
Yeah.
God, right? Right from the gate, honey. Because I don't know where my car is when I come out of Walmart. I say it every time to make you guys get it. There's no way that was me. That was this kid. Okay. What he did say, which how can I forget, that he gave me a car hit and then a gunshot. And you said yes. And I said, what did you mean? And you explained that he got hit by a car and actually shot as well. And that's where I was just heartbroken, at the same time impressed by his way of giving me that. So know that he's standing to your left. He knows all the activity in his name. He knows that his face has been created. Did they do some kind of a t-shirt or a banner or a poster? I feel like, I can't believe it. I feel like a rock star. They put my face on that picture. Like, is it a banner or a poster? Did they do a poster or like a banner or something?
Yeah, they did.
What?
They did a banner.
A banner. Did they put his name on it or his face on it?
Yeah.
Wow. Know that he's impressed by that. He's, you know, as much as he's aware of the heavy grief, the sorrow, the tears that everybody's shedding because of the heartbreak of the tragedy of the way he died and that he's crossed. He's like a little kid. Like, they did that for me. This is awesome. Look at, he's so happy about that. Now, this is not the ego. The ego is removed when you go to heaven. This is pure excitement. This is like, my people know how to party, you know. They're taking what happened to me and getting together and leaning on each other and really seeing that they're not alone in this. And that's really important to him, you know. Was the gathering at some school?
I'm sorry, what?
I kind of feel like I'm in a big gym or a big room with high ceilings. Where did you do, are you planning some kind of a gathering in memory of him? Or a fundraiser of some kind?
No.
Okay. Know that you will, because I feel a very party atmosphere, but solace, like very sad in mourning for him and people gathering. I hear music and I feel like people are helping the situation, whether it's his cost of his burial, his funeral, just the tragedy of his parents or people in his family. Maybe they're going through so much they can't work right now to pay some bills. So know that that's that. Were you engaged? Did you ever talk about being married with him?
We were thinking about getting engaged.
He wants to talk, and it sounds redundant, but he wants to bring up the talking about marrying, you know,
Yeah,
and he says,
I think he was doing it too. He was planning on doing that too.
To him, that's like he asked you to marry him. Just the fact that you talked about it. That's just, he was so already set on having you a part of his life forever. I don't know if you have a daughter already, or he saw himself in the future with a daughter. Because
he definitely said that if I would ever get pregnant, he would know it would be a girl.
Oh, that's great. So know that as I'm meeting him and you already love him, I'm getting to feel this guy that you chose to fall in love with. And I'm going to tell you, I can feel his heart and soul. He adores you. And he knows that, you know, he says, you got to slow down. You're pulled in 50 directions. You don't have to have 2 jobs. You know, like, I don't know if you, unless it's helping somebody else. Like, if you're helping someone else at work, please.
He said to slow down.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like your body's running right and your head's looking left. Like the next thing you got to do after you go right, you got to go, like, you're already jumping to the next thing over here and you're not even done this yet. You're just like bouncing all over the place. You know, I don't know if you did hurt your foot, you did hurt your hip or fall, but he goes, you're going to wind up hurting yourself. Okay. Like tripping down steps, tripping over something not even there. Like, slow down and breathe, or get up a little earlier, because you're throwing yourself into your day with almost like too much ahead of you. You know what I mean? And how do you connect with the month of May?
How do we connect?
Yeah, is that your mom? How do you connect with the month of May, the living?
Oh, I don't know.
Find out if it's his mom's birthday.
In May, I don't know.
Oh, well, it is Mother's Day. I do get that. So know that it's very important that he's using you as this connective energy to reach those that really miss him, like his mom, his dad, and everything. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Where are you?
Huh?
Where are you? Are you at work?
No, I'm in my car right
Okay. Are you pulled over?
Yeah.
Okay. Because it sounds like, oh my God. I was like, sound like you had a forklift there for a minute. Like, what is she
Oh,
doing? Okay, hold on. Is anybody Tabitha, Tina, somebody with a T alive? Like your girlfriend, a friend of yours? Tiffany, Tina?
No.
Okay. He just wants you to be careful and not, because look I know exactly what he wants to say. Sometimes when we're pushed into, because we didn't choose it ourselves, into a really emotional time, sometimes we make really bad decisions, sweetie.
Right.
We drink too much, we yell at people, and we think we have the excuse of our pain. But he doesn't want you to go there because that's not you, right? It's not you. It's who you really are is somebody that is patient, is kind, is funny, breaks the stones of people, but
They're saying her mom's a T.
Oh, her mom's a T. What's your mom's name?
Oh, my mom is Teresa, yeah.
Oh, it's Teresa.
Yeah.
And I didn't even, it's my name and I have a T name. So I was, yeah.
What do you say about her?
What he's doing is he's seeing you around her and you got to watch, like, again, you're walking around with like this knife in your heart. And sometimes you can get upset about the stupidest things and you feel you have a right to, or I have a right to get drunk because I'm feeling, you got to watch that because you still want to be authentic. You still want to make the choices you would have made and be that good person because he's right by your side, the biggest cheerleader cheering you on to have a good life. And he knows that he doesn't want you to use his death to kind of make bad decisions. You're a good person. So if anything that you would make, that it would be a good person making a bad choice. It's not that you're bad. Got it? He doesn't want you to use his death for that reason. Okay?
I'm sorry. You said what?
He wants you to get along with your mom, hon. Okay? He wants you to be patient. He doesn't want you to fly off the handle and argue. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Okay.
Amen. Right? What did I say? Like people are listening, they go, "Was this making sense or not?" Yeah, it is. Right? So much that you don't. Yeah, it is. All right. Move on to something else.
It's a lot.
Yeah, and know that he sees your life. And now, did you just get a dog? Like it's like a rescue, like it's a year old?
No, we didn't rescue it, but we bought a dog.
Okay, is he a year?
Yeah, it's almost a year old.
Thank you. He's there with you. Move over. He's sitting on your lap. No, I can't. You, after this reading, are going to hang up and you're going to get it. The little light bulb's going to go on. You go, I knew it, but now I have permission to allow myself to really know that when I talk to him, he's hearing me. And I learned today, you're going to say to yourself, oh my God, I love that I learned today that he not only hears me, but he can feel the love from me. So he knows more than I do how much I love him. Because that's the thing. If I would have known, I would have said this and this to him. Right? I would have made sure we did this and that, but he knows all that. You don't have to explain anything to him because those last minute things that you would have said, you're going to be saying every day for the rest of your life. He says, don't keep guessing. Did I get it? I got it. And when you get me, when you get him as a sign, as a validation that he's around you through the song, because he's all about music, he will give you songs, honey. And when you get that, just say, I know it's you. I love you too. And know that he embraces and wishes for you this better and happier relationship that's coming. Okay? So he's not jealous. He doesn't go, oh, am I a better kisser? Who's a better kisser? He most likely put you together. Because when they say this to me all the time. When someone's in love with you, they love that you're loved. Period. Right? If they're spirit, of course, they're wanting to be the author of part of your happiness, right? Of course they would. Right. So, and sometimes we listen and sometimes we don't, Why do I feel January with him? Is January his sister? January his birthday?
Not that I know of.
Connected. What about January? Okay. Was he cremated?
No, she's getting buried.
He's buried. Do you have somebody else that could have passed? Do you have somebody else that could have passed that would be cremated? A younger
Yeah,
person?
my grandma.
Who?
My grandmother.
No, it's not. And I love your grandma. I can feel her. She's on your mom's side. Mwah, love her.
No, that's all that's not.
Yeah, but I feel your mom's side too. If it isn't your great grandma, it's your great grandma. Because who's the N, like Nan or Nancy or Nellie or who's the N? Like N, M, like Nellie. No, it's like who's the EL? Like Ellen, Helen.
I don't know their name.
Oh, you don't know their names. That's an honest answer. But this is somebody else that's young. Who do you know that's young that passed as well? Okay, and I don't know if it's Jamie, or I'm picking up the next reading. What do you have on your left? We're going to wrap up now, but what do you have on your left wrist? Do you have like a bracelet in memory of this kid?
I only on my left wrist. I only have like cuts from so far. That's it.
Say it again, honey. Talk more clearly.
Okay. I said the only thing that I have on my arm is self-harm card. That's it.
No. Are they making any kind of bracelets in memory of him?
I don't think so. I do have a bracelet of his though, but I don't wear it.
Okay, that he wore?
Yes. Well, I gave it to him.
Right, that he, because I thought, oh, that's so nice. You gave her a bracelet and she has it. And he goes, oh, no, it was mine. I'm literally mine, meaning like he wore it. Okay.
Yeah, he wore it a lot.
I don't know if something's broken on it. That's why you can't wear it. But I don't know if there's a cross on it or a word. Like he puts God on it. So.
Yeah, it's definitely like for God. They don't have like a cross or anything. It just has like, it's just like for protection, like for like.
Like the all-seeing eye?
No, it's like a Hispanic thing. Like it's just like it's like protection. Like they make it in Puerto Rico. So
okay, and what does it look like? What's the symbol?
It's a symbol. It's like it's literally like a braided.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So I let him wear it.
What he?
That was his bracelet. After I let him wear it.
Right. What he made me feel is it's God, like it's holy.
Yeah.
So I get it that they use it for protection. Yeah.
Oh, the N named his mom's on here, and she said, Nola.
Nola.
Noelia. Noelia. The N name you were getting?
Yeah. Can you ask her who it is? If that's her mother or her mother-in-law?
I think it's.
Noelia.
Yeah, it's Noelia.
Noelia, yeah.
Who's that?
Like her mother.
What grandmom is it?
My dad.
Your dad's. There you go. Because there was that L-E-L and there's N-O-E-L. The girl's good. Not me. Your grandmom. And that N, like Nellie. I couldn't think of it. Nancy. So she got me the N as the first name. And do you think I ever heard of Noelia? Nolia? I mean, I can't. I'm probably screwing the name up. Yeah, like I've never heard of that name. She still tried to give it to me. To say that she's met up with him, that he's met up with her. Yeah. As they watch over you, they run into each other as.
So I had a feeling they would.
You had a feeling they would. Thank you for that.
And she was the one cremated.
Oh, and she's the one cremated. She's the one when I said, I feel your mom's mom, you said, no, your dad's mom. That's her. Your dad's mom. Yeah. There's also someone young, like your fiance, like I'll call him your husband, because that's basically, once you buy the dog, you're legally married by God.
Yeah.
And look I love the age of the dog. that, there's nothing in front of me to see. I don't even know literally your last name, anything. And look at that. You're not waiting years to know it. He's at peace and he's in the grace of God. He didn't suffer. He was pulled out. Of course, he knew he was passing. Of course, he was, aware of everything, enough to even say that this is what happened, because of course he was given that information when he released from the body. Because when you go real quick and sudden and freaky like that, sometimes adrenaline takes over and you're not even aware how you died. Of course, you feel really good and then you go, oh crap, I died. And then you see your body laying there. But you will have spirit around you, whether it's angels, ascended masters, God, people that have passed that just love you enough to come and pick you up and explain to you what just happened. So he is in the knowing. He's not like confused or scared, or he knows more than we do right now because he has God's view too, So know that he's not just sticking around because of his wake and funeral. He's sticking around for you to guide appropriately, by the way. And know that you have an angel forever watching over appropriately to your side, which is this love for you that you had when you were young. You may say, well, Teresa, I'm like this. How old are you now? Are you 26, 27? You late 20s?
No, I'm 20.
You're 20. So when you're even in your 30s, you're going to look back and say, when I was young, when I was 20, this happened to me. This on my chart is a very strong emotional experience, and that will create you to become this better person, to have even a better relationship with who you're going to grow old with. It's not to compare him with this other person either. It's to embrace everyone that loves you equally. Do you understand?
Right.
Yeah. And he goes, I wasn't perfect. He goes, she knows it. I had work to do, but he's going to continue his work in heaven, becoming that better version of himself. He learned by the way he died even, so it wasn't his fault. He didn't provoke it or make it happen, by the way, and I do feel like there's two people, there's more than one person involved, whether someone was driving, the other one shot, whatever. I do feel like one person is already suspected or at least captured, and then the other one will it's a little bit of a gamble there. I see a little fate lines going left and right, but I'm going to tell you, I feel like a lot of times they stumble and fall and they literally brag about, they do something that helps them get arrested. So yeah. All right, well, I'm going to look here and get for you, and I get exactly, that's just, my job still blows my mind. The earth is our school. That's what he was just talking about. He says, in other words, I hope you got from the real little way he said it, because he says there's so much more behind it, that he doesn't want you to think of what he missed here on earth. He wants you to know that we don't have one thing up on heaven, by the way. They have everything better, and they have more than. And of course, they have everything that's good that we have.
Do you think I will ever see him again?
This reading is not giving you hope that you again, it's giving you the fact that you will. Do you understand that? When you pass, we'll pick you up. We'll be one of many that do. In the meantime, you have dreams to look forward to. You have evolving your soul to be such a good person that you will be a being to sense him, to get signs from him. He's communicating in a totally different way than being in his body, honey. Don't wait for a conversation like he's talking. Don't wait for a disembodied figure to walk in your room and say, hey, what's up? You may have a flash of a thought of him, a memory with him pop in, and you weren't thinking of him. You'll have something that crosses your path that mirrors him. You may even see somebody that looks like him, which is hard to do because everybody's so unique in their own way. Will pull these things off for you. And he'll train you. Note the things that are repetitive, that come again and again, that feel connected to him. And it doesn't have to be like an earthquake. Oh my God, that's him. It could be like past the salt, but there goes that number again, And that's the way he can connect for now. He uses our world to speak through it. Something that falls upon your path, something you see, something you smell, but nobody else smells. You know, that man had a smell. He had a scent that if you took his jacket, his sweater, his scarf, and you smell him, that smell may come to you, which is going to be rare. You may only experience once or twice in your whole life. But that smell, if that comes to you, don't you dare throw it away to wishful thinking, because he would, as I say, when it's strong and it's hard to do, they cashed in a lot of coupons to make that one happen. You know? And I'm going to tell you something. Your dog sees him. Your dog knows him. And the dog will be like, you know, and part of the dog is mourning and grieving and waiting for him and having this grief also. But every now and then the dog's spirit will sense the spirit of his familiar energetic fingerprint, which is him, nobody else. And the dog will know it. So watch the dog. Watch what the dog does sometimes. You'll note that he's around through the dog. You know, even if the dog comes up and kind of lays on your chest, which your emotional heart is, that could be the dog sensing your grief and wanting to heal you, kind of send love to you. And that also could be a hug from him combined. Okay? You'll learn. You'll learn so much to learn. He'll teach you. You got to be open and surrender. Read some books. Go online. Go on YouTube. Type in a couple things you want to know. Okay?
Right.
All right. So I want to thank you for your courage to step forward and be a part of the show. This man will never disappoint you, honey. If you ever go to a spiritual medium, not the dark stuff, in the light, because he's in the light, he will only speak through the light. He will always come through for you. Okay? And he doesn't come up in upset. And he doesn't come in frantic like an SOS. Like an SOS is a spirit going, holy shit, tell my mom. He actually comes in very confident, not cocky at all. Actually very confident, very almost aware that he could have passed at that time on his chart. It was kind of written something might happen around that time. So he's accepting, you know. But go through the motions of grief. That's loving him. That's your heart mourning him, releasing pain. It's love, honey, of missing him here in the physical. And you'll have this in your heart forever till you see him again. But you have such a big heart. Do you know how much capability you are to love? You're going to have children. You're going to have a relationship that's committed forever. You're going to have this life of people that are significant, that were meant to cross your path, that love you, that you love, that will always remind you, you truly are not alone in this. You know, and you have so much good to live for, right?
Right.
Yeah, and don't talk yourself down. He says, I hear you. You know, when you say, I don't know, I'm too stupid, or I can't do that, or someone else can, you know, like, what do you want to be in life? What do you want to, you want to be a nurse, or you something that has to do with school?
Yes. Oh my God, that's so crazy.
And that's what impresses her.
That I'm going to school to be a travel nurse.
Yeah, he says, you keep beating yourself up saying, I'm not smart enough, or I can't do it. Everybody else can do it. They're smarter than me. You already in the future, he sees you wearing the outfit of being a nurse, and you're an awesome nurse. And you're one of the best. Do you understand? What you learn now, you will use later. So really pay attention. Really take in as much knowledge as you can, okay?
Right.
You're gonna learn for the rest of your life too. It isn't just what you learn. You learn now. You learn on the job. You keep learning, right?
Right.
Yeah, and you are smart enough because it's your destiny. Your destiny is to be what the desire that's bringing you to what you're meant to do is happening right now. You know. All right. Well, much love. Please tell your family and friends about our show each week. Obviously, next week we have Thanksgiving, so we're not doing the show. But pretty much after that, I think we are. I always post it, you know, always check in at 2:00 on Sunday just in case. All right. And hopefully I'll be reading you again.
All right. Thank you.
All right. God bless you. Thank you. Much love. That's such a shame. I remember we talked to him the last show last week on the 14th. He was the very last reading. right? Wasn't it? Yeah, because it was it cut out and we said goodbye. And what was it? Oh, it was recent, 4 days ago. So it's a weekend so it's 2 weeks ago that this kid died. It's recent. And I don't watch the news just because I'm not like you guys, or I'm not I have a gift to sense people that have passed. So guess what? I see a kid that's missing, all of a sudden I'm getting choked, dragged in the leaves, being buried. Then they find him in the leaves, buried down a block from his house, So I am not normal in that sense. So I have to get the weather through Google or whatever, Siri, or my family. Is it going to rain? Or yeah. So why don't we go right to another reading? Let's get somebody. Okay, Mia, why don't you come over here and let me know if she's on camera? Because if not, I want this girl, this beautiful girl. Can you see Mia?
Yep.
Yes. I mean, look at this with the purple. Okay, and thank you for your donations, because if you did a donation early this week, today, you're in there. Okay, who is it? Julie. Say it again. Peoples. Peoples. I want you to call 215-393-9021. This is, can I say or no? Can I say about?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we got our doggie from her. She's a breeder. She does Shih Tzus. We got our little Phoebe. So call Julie, and thank you for your loving support. Didn't we do a reading? We did a reading for her, right?
Yeah.
Or like months ago or something.
Yeah, before.
Yeah, we have before on the show.
Let me
So,
say call.
oh, here she is. Everybody's on the ball today. Look at that. Julie?
How are you?
Hi, frequent flyer. When did I read you?
I'm sitting here next to a relative of your baby.
Oh, thank you. Did she send you that picture of the mom?
Yep.
Is she beautiful?
Yeah, Daisy's
Daisy?
doing really well. This is her last time she's going to be blessing us. And then she's retired and has to be a lady of the
good
house.
for her. That's
But
good. She looks so young. She looks like she's adorable. Yeah.
Young. I only allow them to have a couple and then they retire and they get spoiled for the rest of their lives. That's it.
They're spoiled by you.
They're spoiled by you, Elisa says.
Oh, yeah.
And I agree.
For dinner last night when she was delivering.
What was that?
I ordered steak. She ate it.
Oh.
When they're looking at you in the middle of having a puppy and they're looking like, can I have some? You give it to them. So,
oh, yeah. Yeah. They're creating life. And it's like, can I have a nickel?
Yeah, the least you can do. Being a puppy doula.
A puppy duel. Yeah. Oh. And I mean, they're just the cute. And our Phoebe is, there's no words. I mean, she is the kindest, most patient, loving everybody in the family. Just smart, and like Elisa trained her a little bit, and she she just loves her so much. I swear she understands a few words. One word's marshmallow, and the word outside. Oh my God! If you accidentally say that, they know a few words. They do get to know.
And she hops like a bunny.
Yeah, sometimes she runs and she hops like a bunny, and her ears flop out. Oh my God!
That's when they're having the best time. I think when they start flopping around and acting like a rabbit.
Yes, that's what Elisa says. Yeah, exactly. Wow. Yeah, I mean, she's such a blessing. So thank you, tenfold, 1,000-fold.
No, thank you for being such a wonderful family for her.
Oh,
really.
She definitely lucked out. I mean, there's so much love in our house. A lot of positive laughter and love, and just it's all good. Yeah. So
I can tell you honestly, like I said to Elisa, I don't really feel that I get the luxury of choosing. I think they choose for me. When they come here, they're destined to be somewhere.
Right.
And it just happens the way it's
supposed to happen organically.
Yeah, wasn't it that she came to you or something? She crawled up to you, or
I just felt
Yeah,
like
almost
she crawled up.
suddenly, didn't you? She, Lisa, just ended up with you.
Yeah, she crawled up to me, but we were going to get a different one, but I just felt like we needed to have her.
yeah, she just felt a bond with her.
Yeah.
And yeah, she just got right to her. Yeah, and
And your son, it was like that was his little buddy.
yeah.
I love that picture.
For him.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the picture of him laying down, and she's this little puppy, and she's crawling up around his neck, and their faces are together. Yeah, eye to eye. Well, let's see who's.
I love it. It makes my heart really cold.
Thank you. Yeah, if you're even feeling any vibes from it, you should be getting like waves of love every day, like hugs every day.
A lot of updates and a lot of thank yous. I'd like to say I'm here for their first breath, and a lot of times I get a phone call at their last. So I've been lucky enough to have wonderful families who have loved them from the day they've gone home till the day they took their final
Now,
breath.
since you're on the show, and if you say no, I'd more than understand without an explanation. Do you want to promote here? Did you want to give a number if someone?
No.
No? Okay.
I mean, between you and I don't really do that.
Yeah, it's just like fate.
You know how I am. I'm very
private. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I felt like don't say. Yeah, but at least I can walk away thinking, should I have said something? And then I know. Yeah. So
I don't mind you saying they're wonderful.
And I do believe in that. I believe there's a serendipity about how people connect, when they connect, and every dog comes from heaven with a purpose to find that family. That family is going to have that destiny to find them.
Yep. I firmly believe that also.
Excuse me.
Really
so let's see. And the ritual of mother, father figure, brother, sister.
You're not kidding. Sequence all your miles. It's never the same ever.
Yeah, and it's almost like people say. I had this the other day. It's so different from the last one. Both great, and I said, yeah. Well, it's like a phone call. You talk to a friend or you talk to your loved one. You're not really having the same conversation you did last year or whatever, but it's the same people talking. So of course you're talking about other things. It's any conversation. In the physical world. So let's see what somebody wants to say. Does anybody have anything just because I find myself getting something in the throat, almost like I'm feeling like aspirating. It's not me physically; it's a psychic. Thank God, after 25 years of reading, I can discern between the two. Did anybody have any oxygen or any kind of breathing issues, like lung?
My mother.
Your mom. Okay, so know that's her. She definitely wants my attention. She's like, enough with the dogs. I feel like there's a little bit, and the only way I can explain it is bragging and gratitude. Talk about Thanksgiving coming up. That she actually knows where she is in heaven, that she could have died earlier, but something sustained her to live longer. Gave her that, whether it's reasons to live, family here, the love of everyone for them, and also just that fact that she could, It's funny because I wrapped up with May in the other reading and I'm hearing it now. Maybe it was your people. Is anybody May, June? Like the spring energy, like the month of May?
June, definitely.
Is that your dad? No, because I got Father's Day. How do you connect with May or June?
My sister-in-law June. My niece is June.
No. Could it be connected to your mom? Like anybody, like her sister or her mother? Is anybody Martha? Like an M-A-R? And I know it sounds a different name, but like Eugene? Or an E, like Erin? Eugene? Ernest?
Erin.
Huh?
I was supposed to be named Erin.
You're supposed to be named Erin. Wow.
Right.
Because it's like
No,
that
Erin's
E-R
family,
something. Okay, that's a fun fact about you, Julie.
Nobody ever got that one.
Yeah, there you go. And is it Aaron or Erin?
Erin.
ER. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. It's just I'm just blown away right there by your people. What?
We like you a lot. They really do. They come through clear for you.
They do, and they got me to Inkerbert Humperdinckle.
Yeah.
Engelbert, like he was a singer a long time ago called Engelbert. It was like a very odd E name.
Right.
And sure enough, I got that. Okay, odd E name, and I'm like Ernest, and I heard Erin, like ERIN, which isn't the way he's phonetically saying it. Just could be spelled differently, because they're like, that's not the way we would spell. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because your mom comes in with a lot of women, especially her mother. So I don't know if somebody was one of 7, one of 8, but I feel like these, like a big smile, like on, look at us, look at all of us. We're here. And I just kind of get this young feeling, and I know your mom wouldn't be young in the 1980s, but there's this feeling of young kids in the 8, like woo woo, like at the club, So your people know how to party is what I'm getting, like shots, beer for every, like I'm just getting like woo, Yeah, and I know this is a switch from that to that, but was somebody a minister, a priest?
That would be Monsignor Kennedy.
Okay. I'm thinking you're going to go, yeah, no. But go ahead. How's that connect with your dad or your mom actually your mom's dad or mom?
Exactly. Now they're right on the nose. That's my mother's uncle on her father's side. Her father's uncle. You can't make it up. You get it.
Wait a minute. What? Did you say?
Monsignor Kennedy was my mother's great uncle.
And just for those, because I know, I've never was this ever brought up in a reading?
No, like I said to you, every time you read it's like I'm going back generations. It's funny.
They already talked about that, so now they're going to talk about that.
Into that. But,
yeah, so know that all these people, it's like even the Monsignors here.
Oh, God bless, and you knew I didn't go to church today.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Church, we go to church in many ways. And this is not to replace church by any means, and please go to church, In fact, you know what? I go during the week sometimes. I didn't go today, but I'll go like on a Wednesday or whatever. Like just the 11:30 at Chestohova. Sometimes there's like the 8:30, 9 o'clock. You go, they're real short too. They're like 20 minutes, half hour. The Eucharist, like you get the blessing, you get the whole spiel, you get everything you would ever get. Yeah. Okay, hold on. This is going to sound out there because I feel like, what? Really? I kind of got this younger guy coming through. Do you have a brother passed? Because what I was going to say first is I felt like you had this old boyfriend come through. I don't know if you ever really got, almost I feel like unequated love. Like you never really got to have that kiss, or you never really got to be married like you wanted to. Something you didn't get to do, or something you didn't get to finish your life together. Did you meet your husband young though? Did you meet like at 17 or 18?
I was 25. My ex-husband I met young.
There you go. Is he passed?
Not that I know of, but then
okay.
Again, I wouldn't be talking
Did you
to
meet
him,
him at 17?
I met him, yes, at 17.
Okay. Okay, because I feel like they're talking about you meeting young. I feel like somebody loved you in a different way than a friend, but couldn't really do anything about it, or maybe you felt that way too, and you never said anything. It's kind of like unequated love.
That's weird. Huh.
Right, hold on. And I feel like he's giving me this. I know I really should wait till she comes over and we can talk, because she's probably going to be so confused. But it's almost like he just has to say he loves you. He can't wait. Or he has to say, I really want you to be good here and have the love of your husband, and I'm so happy for the life that you did live in, that you're living. Like he's happy for you, what you have with your husband. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that it's just, I feel like he met you at a time maybe you had already met your husband or something, and he couldn't do it. I kind of feel like he died not of his own, like drug OD, suicide, right? But I don't feel illness. I feel like a tragedy, like whether a flood, a fire, something really like horrible, like a tragedy, something that just like wiped everybody out. Have you ever been to Italy?
No, I never have.
Did you ever live somewhere where there was a lot of water?
Well,
Whether it's lakes, bays. Did you ever live near water?
No. Well, if I did, it was when I was very young.
Well, yeah, that's when it was. When did you? Tell me the body of water, though. It's not the ocean.
Well, it would be. I guess it would be the ocean. The only two places I've lived near is the ocean.
Yeah. No. Were you going to say Florida?
She was Florida. My mom and my dad.
Because it is Florida where you knew him. And I don't. Now again, you could have been 12. I don't know, but I kind of feel like really loved you and not weird, and then later just like never getting that what he wanted. Like, who's to say we don't have crushes when we're a teenager? We do.
Yeah.
And there's people that probably lived to never know that we even cared about them or thought they were dreamy or whatever. And it's not a movie star thing. I feel like it's somebody that knew you that you knew. And I kind of feel like they died in some kind of I feel like I'm being swept away. So it's either fire, flooding, something hard. Like I feel traumatic. Yeah. And it's not illness.
That's strange.
Yeah. Huh?
I mean, we get to know people, the old recencies in our lifetime, and
right.
People that we've passed.
Right. And I don't feel like he died as a child, just to be clear, too, he just said. And how do you connect with September? Is that your daughter's birthday? Your husband's, your mom, is somebody alive? September? I almost feel like I gotta get
Nancy, maybe? I think one of the siblings for my mother, I think, is September. I'm almost positive. No, God bless. Hello.
No, it's like
my grandson's September.
That's it. It's core. Yeah, it's not that we don't care about your sister, but it's more like your husband, your child, your grandchild. Yeah. So it's like that they see that. And is this you say granddaughter?
Grandson.
Oh, grandson. Do you have granddaughters?
I have one granddaughter.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Do you have 4 altogether grandchildren, or is there one on the way?
Well, there's one on the way. I don't know about it.
Okay, thank you.
So there's 4 altogether. Yes.
There some. Well, I said get to the point. Give me something she knows easy. There's 4.
Yeah.
And was it a granddaughter in heaven?
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you know it too? Because they're giving me a pink blanket around her in heaven.
Yes, that's Addie.
You know they told you she was a girl.
Yes. My daughter had genetic testing done.
Thank you.
She lost the baby.
Because it has to be. It has to be acknowledged that she really is a girl. Okay. And the way it works, whether you've heard it through readings, watched someone else's reading, we as souls come down from heaven. We start out obviously as infants and needy and to survive, and love connections are made and blah, 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 grow up and then hopefully become elderly. Okay. And die. The body dies. We live on, go home to heaven. When it's an infant, a baby, a miscarriage, a child, they go over and they become immediately that soul they were before they signed up to come down here, which God says, as I see you, you become in your perfectness. And I go, all right, well, can you give me a little bit like more about that? Like, I can explain it to other people because I get like, okay, the blind can see, the cripple could walk. I get it, And he says, well, just make everybody 30. Now, funny enough, years later, there goes Sylvia Brown on Montel going, everybody's 30, And of course, every medium that is a credible medium has said that. So we get the same news channel, I guess. So you need to know that this little girl may come to you as you recognize her, as you know her. It's called soul recognition. So she may come like to me as a baby in a pink blanket to know that she was a girl, to say she knows. And she loves that you call her by her name, like almost like a nickname. And what did you say her name was? Because I hear Allie. Abby. Okay, Abby.
Addie, which is like David.
Oh, Addie. Okay, Addie. So do you repeat it twice?
Sometimes.
Do you go, hi, Addie? Okay, there's something cute about the way you say her name. She loves it. And just calling her, knowing that she's kind of like this angel for you. In fact, there's somewhere in your house, I see a cherub, whether it's in a painting, on the wallpaper. She goes, you look at that and think of me. So yes, as an angel can watch down over you, she does that with your gang. Okay. Lainey, Leslie, something Leanne, L-E-N,
something with an L.
Leanne, Leanne, Lainey. Right, hold on. Is her middle name with a V, like Virginia?
No.
Or does she have a sister?
It's Olivia.
Oh, say it again.
My other granddaughter.
Oh, so she's giving me the L with the V. It's not her name, it's her sister. Is that her sister?
Her cousin.
Oh, her cousin. Okay. Livia. Okay, Liv. Maybe say Liv. That
they call her Livy.
Yeah, there you go. The nickname. Okay, so know that that's her way of saying that there is can't explain it to you, but a telepathic love connectiveness to those that love her and that she loves it. They're chatting, they're playing, they're having, she's not living without that. Okay. I don't know if you expected your granddaughter to come in. How cute is that to meet her, And is there anybody that's blonde in your family? Is any of your grandkids, you have one blonde?
Yes, that's Olivia.
Is that Olivia? Okay. Because she says, I kind of would, even though we weren't sisters, the family line can come in, some characteristics can be strong in your family. She would mirror her a little. Is Olivia more on the thinner, small side?
Livy, yeah.
Okay. She would be a little bit more stockier, she said, but we would have like those same eyes or that same kind of hair,
Yeah.
People would mistake us for sisters, but we would be cousins, That's interesting. Your mom is adorable. She's tough, your mom. Your mom comes in like this. I don't know if you can see me, but she has her fist. She goes, don't make me too, because she won't believe it's me, So she has a little bit of a punch to her, but she's kind, she's sweet. She makes jokes out of everything, whether you want to laugh along with her or not. But she's a sweetheart to this great granddaughter. Like your mother literally turns into like.
Take care of Olivia.
Huh?
Addie. To look over Addie.
Addie. That's why I'm sorry. Did I say the wrong name? Yeah, she's
her mommy, which is my daughter.
Huh?
Let her repeat it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and repeat that.
We asked her to go look after my daughter's daughter before she was born, really.
Okay, there you go. So she's right there with her, Is anybody a G like George?
Kind of think of a G like George's.
Jordan?
No.
Oh, I was getting like G like Gloria. And then.
Gloria, I'm trying to think.
That's okay. There goes the dog. The dog goes, that's for me. That's my friend.
Wait a second. That was for me. Sorry.
And I'm going to tell you, all the pets that have crossed over since you've been starting your, breeding business, even as a child, sweetheart, that motivates you to love animals with such dignity and such respect and unconditional love, those souls join you and support and love, and try to help. Because I know, like, it's a lot of finance and a lot of commitment and a lot to think about, and just to keep things simple and flowing, not to be overwhelmed, What's going on in the very back of your house to the left? Is that like a little mud room, or is your kitchen to the right or the middle? And what's to the left of your kitchen?
That would be my living room.
No, in between then. I feel like a hot water heater, something with water.
I have the
like a laundry room. Do you have a laundry room on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have upstairs, but it's on the other side of the house? Do you have stairs going up to another level on the other side of like to the right?
Yes.
From the front door? Yeah. Watch. What is that room back there? Is that a laundry room next to your kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And what else is there? A hot water heater in there? Is there? What's in that room too? Anything else? Huh?
That's in the basement.
Then it has to be your washing machine. Has to be your washing machine or your sink. Okay. Get it checked out. I just see leakage. Nothing bad.
You're right. It was actually a dishwasher to the right, and it was leaking just the other day. Just putting new floors, so my mother's probably going, "Don't let it leak."
Yeah, there's some kind of a metal something that has water coming out of it a little, like watch that, they know everything.
It's always something different. Always something different.
Yeah, they know things that nobody knows, and we don't want to know. I'm going to tell you something. Don't be afraid of your health, and don't be afraid of finances. The stuff that most people worry about. You've got like relationships that are good. You're honest with yourself. You're going to make 2022 a great year, honey. Just slow down a little. And I think that's part of the decision of this is her last litter. I kind of feel like you got to cut, like, you don't like to hear this, they say, but you have to cut like maybe your work in half, or maybe a fourth of your work don't do. And maybe you have to orchestrate others to do part of that, but you have to overall do less, because your life is going too fast, honey. You don't want it to be over and regret the moments that you could have shared that are just simple, almost like blowing bubbles out back and nobody's watching. Who cares? I don't have any kids. I'm blowing bubbles. Like, and it sounds kooky, but it's just what Julie wants to do. And it doesn't have to be the big trip, and it can be the big trip. But I feel like it's that downtime, that walk around your socks and sweatsuits and a t-shirt and no bra, and just like nobody's coming over. You're not going out. You're just going to chill and do whatever, whether it's clean out that old junk drawer and see what surprises you find. Like, I feel like you need to have some of that in there, if that makes sense. And dimes, honey. Big time. I get dimes from the afterlife for you. So October could mean something. The 10th of a month could mean something. What's October?
October is my Katie's birthday that month.
Who's Katie?
Katie is my bird daughter, the baby daughter.
Your baby daughter?
Yeah, I have a baby boy, a baby girl, a middle girl, an older girl, and an older boy.
These are your children?
I have 5.
You have 5 children?
Yep.
Okay. And October is, so happy belated birthday. Yeah. Okay. And one last, we're wrapping up, but one last thing. Whose birthday's coming up in December? Like the 15th, the 21st?
Oh,
and isn't that your husband's birthday coming up? Is he January?
January.
Thank you. Because they're going, her husband. quick, her husband's wrapping up. What they did, instead of pulling me to September, they pulled me to December. Get it? It's in this direction, and then they went January. I'm telling you, everybody that you love is loved, and they not only love you with them and love them with you, but it's to not, again, what they had me talk about in the beginning is to just kind of be still, not stop, but kind of pause and count, like kind of feel the energy around you, like tune into what is and what, not that even that you take credit, like I got that, whatever. It's just, just some things that you could just say, oh, I accomplished that. Be proud of yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have anywhere in your house, it could be in your bathroom, but I feel more like a hallway. Do you have white marble floors?
I actually have like a white marble tile.
Yes.
And,
is it, where is that?
The tub.
Where is it?
It's around it's basically like around the whole bathroom tub.
Okay, like a white marble with like kind of that grain running through it.
Yeah.
Makes it look like marble. Okay. Because I feel like and that's going to sound nuts, but I feel you in a lifetime where you were in some kind of a palace.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if it's Greek or Rome, like Italian. But
my mom always said I had a little gaudy too. So I don't know, maybe
it is, but and I kind of feel like it's so corny, but I kind of feel like you walk out on this cool marble. I feel you barefoot, kind of walking on this cool marble and looking out at the valley and the trees and the blue and the water running. Like you were near this river, or it's definitely moving water, but not the ocean. So you tend to like to be near the water, but not too close that it should hurt you. It's funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and that was a very, very well-to-do lifetime. And I feel like you were born into the family. You're this young girl of many girls. Did you wind up having a lot of sisters in this lifetime? Or no?
No, I'm just my brother and myself.
You had a ton of sisters. I feel like you're like one of 12 kids, like 9 were girls. And maybe that's why you said, I ain't having sisters in this life. One brother, and that's it. Who would have been and wind up being like one of 12, one of 9? Who was a bigger family? Is that your dad's side, your mom's side? Who?
My grandma Charlotte had 13 children.
What? Is that your mom?
My mother's grandmother.
Your mother's, so it would be your mother's okay, your grandmother was one of a lot then. Her mother.
Grandmother was one of many. I think there were.
Yeah, there you go.
10 of them. And then my grandmother my great-grandmother had 13. So my mom's mom was one of 13.
Yeah. Yeah, your grandmother on your mom's side. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll bet you anything she was probably one of those brothers and sisters. Even your mom could have been in there. Your brother could have been there. And here she went, I'll do that again. Whatever. She got something out of having all those siblings, But yeah, and yeah, I just feel like this dad in the background who let your mom shine and daughter come in. Even this guy that, if you ever find out, I would love to hear about it. And I'll say then, what did I say? I won't remember, but I would love to be reminded that was said and how there is credibility to that story of this younger man that died.
Really be interesting.
Yeah. Fine. Well, how old were you when you lived near water? What was that age bracket there?
Oh,
were you
I was
2?
Probably just maybe 4.
4.
I wasn't very old.
Right. I get very little. Okay.
I was like 6 or 7 in Hawaii until I was 9, and then I came home to Philadelphia.
Okay. And I'm going to tell you, and this is so innocent. That's why I kept getting like, it's not weird. It's not like an older man loving a 9-year-old. You know, it's like maybe you were friends and you were so little, you're going to remember that. But maybe there was a friend who was just like so impacted by your kindness or your personality or goofiness or whatever, you know, your smile, just something about you. And then when you moved away, maybe in Hawaii, because it felt like something like that. And then they never really forgot you, you know? And I don't know what happened. A tidal wave, I don't know, some water or fire or something just wiped, I feel like wiped out. And that would be so like a Hawaiian thing, I think.
Yeah.
And find out the years that you were there. Like say, I'm going to make this up, from 69 to 74, I was blah, blah, blah in Hawaii. So look up like any storms that people would have died at that time. See what pops up if anything did happen like that there.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
You know?
I mean, I do remember quite a few of the people, as odd as it is.
Not funny how people stick in your brain? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm going to pick a card for you, and you have nothing to feel guilty about. So the decisions you made were good, and everything had a purpose and a experience tied to it that needed to happen, and an opportunity for them. So don't analyze things too much about somebody's passing. Okay? Let the guilt go. It doesn't help them. It doesn't help you. Good people wish they would have said, I love you. People wish they would have done more good things. Of course they do. You know? Well, thank you for making our show special forever for our little Phoebe. And know that you are appreciated. God sees the unseen. You know what I mean? That many don't see that you do. And your worth is noted. Okay?
Well, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, my
Very
friend.
simply. Thank you.
Take
Happy
care.
Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Your kisses talk.
All right. We will.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank
God
you.
bless. Much love. I feel bad, but what did she say? I didn't hear her.
She said happy Thanksgiving, much love, kisses to everybody.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
She's awesome.
I know. I didn't want to look like an idiot. She'll find out that I was an idiot later when she watches.
She's such a beautiful
soul. Giving.
Loving,
Yes,
amazing
loving
person.
Amazing person.
She's working on her sainthood.
She's working on her sainthood. She'll be like a little statue with little puppies at her feet, like, oh.
Everything. Her little knitting she does.
She does knitting? Oh, yeah?
She's making these like little hats for premature babies. Like
she's
such a beautiful.
Lisa was saying
person.
something about knitting hats for premature babies.
Yeah,
she does, Julie.
I know she's probably like, no, I don't want it. But
don't brag
she's
about
an awesome
me.
Person.
She's an awesome person. Really, gratitude is not only about the things or relation. It's about your own worth too. Like, to be appreciated is a form of gratitude, right? Absolutely. So we just appreciate you. So why don't we get busy? Who do we want to let Sophia do one? Sophia.
She said that was in her granddaughter's memory, Addie's memory. The
What?
giving of the hats.
Oh, giving of those.
I didn't even know that. Maybe I was meant to say that.
Yeah, she was meant to say that. Those hats that my daughter just mentioned that Julie made for the infants was in memory of her granddaughter that passed. I love that she came through and that she declared herself a girl too. Kind of helped it, Oh, Sophia, come on down to the press. Okay, you got to bring that thing, the thing with the yeah. If you want to donate, please, 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 to make this happen every week, please donate. Today's dollars and cents goes into helping the next show and the next show. So please, Venmo is at Teresa-Roba. $10 or more, put your name in this bowl and gets you to, go ahead. You want to read it? If you can read, there you go. I know you could read. If you could read it, sound like I was going to say. I wasn't going to say that.
Carol Lynn in Kalinga.
Okay, that's what I meant. Like, can you say it? Because sometimes I can't say it. Come here. Give me a hug. It's a purple day today, aren't we? We just love it. I love you, sweetheart. She's so cool. Okay, Carol Lynn Incalingo. Yeah, there you go. I probably messed up that name. Oh my God, I felt so much energy when I saw her name. Woo! God, there's a lot of heaviness here. Okay, Carolyn, 215-393-9021. And what else did I want to say? If you want to do PayPal, connection TMR at gmail.com. Connection TMR at gmail.com. Okay. And then we'll get you in on this show. You could be our next reading. Hello? Hello? Hi, is this Carolyn? Okay, here we go. Welcome to the show, Carolyn.
I am totally freaked out.
Well, I gotta tell you, I looked at your name when my granddaughter picked it, and I just went whoosh. So there's a lot of energy. Did someone just pass? There's a lot of heavy, sad, heavy grief energy around this. And who's the younger man that died? Is it your husband, your boyfriend?
I had an older boyfriend die about 4 years ago.
Okay, because I kind of get like him to the side and his arm around you, and you know. Okay, that's you. Okay, so he says yes, that's him. And how do you connect with December? Is that somebody else?
Well, yeah, my brother-in-law died.
That's the brother.
Was in December.
Yeah. So I felt like and then the love. So was he on the younger side? Was he only 40s or 50s? Your brother-in-law?
He was 41 when he died.
God, I hate to be right on that one, but yep, that's him. I feel like it's funny because we're in November, the end of the 21st. We're going in towards the end of, and sure enough, December's right there. Out of 365 days, sure enough, we're right near that December connection. Was he the 21st or the 22nd of December?
No, I think his was closer to
like the 18th?
Yeah.
The 8th. There's an 8 in it. He's giving me.
Well, the 18th, that would be me.
Oh, you're the 18th. Okay.
Yeah.
You're December 18th?
No, I'm not January.
Oh, you're January 18th. Okay. 118. Because what he's doing is they hear you guys talking to me, and they'll jump it with different things. It's not like I have to keep relaying what you're saying. So happy birthday to you. And he died in December. So that's his. Yeah. Oh boy. And oh my God, you got so many people. Holy moly, girlfriend. There's a March connection. I feel mom and dad marching in. Okay, ready? Mom and dad, remember, could be mother-in-law, father-in-law, brother, sister, could be brother, sister-in-law. You can have infants, babies that didn't make it, children, could be somebody in their 40s. And you could have pets come through, so okay, let's see who wants. So, oh my gosh, there's like so many people. Do you ever feel like your house is packed with spirit?
Sometimes things happen, and I talk to them a lot. So
you do.
Talking to them.
Yeah, I feel like you're sitting. This is what they gave me. They gave me the feeling of you kind of sitting in your living room and just having this big discussion with everybody. And almost like when you say you love them and you never like to forget somebody. Like, and you too, Dad, or you know what I mean? Like, they love how you don't forget, Okay, so is that your sister's husband?
Yes.
The brother-in-law, not your husband's brother. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. And is her name Carol?
No.
Who's
like
Carol. Oh my God. And that's live for everybody to watch. Okay. I heard Carol.
I'm having that same kind of day.
If that don't prove I'm just hearing them and not thinking on my own. Okay. So yeah, so you're important to him. And he wants to thank you because of you're giving him a voice today. Okay. So is this an older sister and she's alive, his wife?
She's older, but she's not alive.
Oh, she did pass. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So know that he puts his wife, your sister, above you. And okay. So did he die and she was alive?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Because he's putting her here and him there. And yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's saying a couple things. One, he died before her, and that he was with her a lot. He would come to her when she was alive, when he had passed. He would give her signs. He would come around her. Who had the lower body cancer? Is that your sister? like
Yeah.
the stomach cancer, liver cancer, colon cancer, something of the lower body.
Yeah, it was esophageal cancer, but it was lower down.
Okay. Maybe it went to, okay, hold on 1 second. Did he die from illness, but suddenly? Did he die of a heart attack, stroke?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So just like, he's one of those people like, cut to the chase.
That sounds like him.
He just wants you to know that he's with her, you know? And do you know, does she have a daughter that's alive? Do you have a niece? Right? And then,
No children.
but okay, ready? They're giving me a girl that made it and a little boy that went up. Hold on 1 second. What happened before or after? I think the boy happened before. Did you lose a baby? Do you have a miscarriage, or did she?
Miscarriages, and so did my mom.
The one that passed, your sister that's older than you, his wife and him together, did they have a miscarriage at all, them?
Yes.
Okay. And I think she's more light hair. Did he have dark hair when he was younger?
Yes.
I just feel like this son that didn't make it knew that they were together with him. And I kind of feel like after that they saw a daughter being born, and she's here alive. Do you have a daughter?
No.
No. Do you have any other brothers and sisters? Actually, are you one of four?
I have a brother, but he does not have any children.
Maybe it's your mom and dad. Because I kind of get you one of four, and if we add up what we got here, you got the one that's crossed you and your brother. That's only three.
Yeah, well, my mom had another boy.
There you go. There's the boy that's up there. Remember, like,
Pretty.
I know, like, I don't know you, I don't know them, but they're talking about a boy crossed and then a girl that was born. So that's you guys. Do you know when that boy crossed? Like, would he have been second born?
He would have been firstborn.
Oh, first. There you go. It had to be at least before you or your sister.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Because they're saying he died, then he saw his sister come down. Get it? And the boy is up there. So let's step back. Your parents are coming through with your sister, with your brother-in-law, right? And with your brother that never made it.
Oh, right.
They want you to know that extra boy is there. Isn't that cool?
Right. That's very cool.
And I feel like how beautiful, and either way is good. People make their decisions. There's no bad or good in this. But I love, and I feel he loved, and again, no judgment if you did, anybody out there listening didn't, that they actually named him. They named, like, in a way, like little Jimmy or whatever. Like your mom always had a name that would have been for him, you know? Did they ever tell you when he died, or do you know if that was May or March?
I don't think they ever told us.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I'll say what I always say. They always want me to say. They're kind of giving me that nudge. When you get to heaven, sweet Carol, when you get there and you see your brother, you will not need a birth certificate. You will not need any blood work. You're going to know it's your brother. Okay. There is a nonverbal communication, an inner knowing when you're connecting to who you're connecting to. You know, there's not like, oh, this is proof. That's because we have the negative and the positive down here. We got to prove what we say sometimes. In heaven, there's just an kind of like, because you're in God, you live in God, God fires through you. You really sense that you're made of partly God, like there's that God energy, the source in you. And so you just know it's your brother. Okay. So just, you'll be able to trust it and surrender into that. So, I love your dad. Your dad comes through with this big hug, with this beautiful hair. Did he wear a uniform? Was he a policeman?
No, but he was in the service.
Military? Okay. Because there's that little pompadour thing going with a little curl and that feeling of a black and white photo in a uniform, you know. I don't know if he switched. He was in the Army, went into the Navy, or did it and then did something else that he would wear actually a uniform as a job. But just know that he always made his own decisions. You understand? Like, you should love your dad at least about this, that he was his own man. You know what I mean? With like what everybody wants you to be, he was a little bit of a rebel. He went, nah, I think I want to do this, you know. Did he not have a long life? Was he only in his 60s?
No, he made it to 84.
84, that's actually a really long life for a man. It's a pretty long life for a woman too. 80 is good for a woman, 70 good for a guy. That's what they tell me. Anything surpassing that, like a decade more, is really an extra long life considering. So for a guy, that's actually a really long life. Who's the male that, not your brother-in-law, because you said he was in his 40s, right?
Yeah.
And I already met him. I know it sounds corny, but I know him. Who else had a shorter life? Your father-in-law?
No, I
An
don't
uncle?
know.
There's definitely a man above, not to the side of you. Your brother-in-law's to the side. Your dad would be above. Your mom would be above. Grandparents.
It could be my grandfather.
Yeah, it would be above you that had a little bit of a shorter life too. You know.
I never met him. He
Oh, well,
that's before I was even born.
That's a short life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is that your dad's side?
That's my mom's side.
Oh, it's your mom's dad. Yeah, it's funny though. I do feel namesake though. So I don't know if it's like Johnny Jr. type of thing, or they took his name and gave it your brother as the middle name. But know that I do feel honored. Like there's an honoring of something.
Oh, you know who could be too? It could be my uncle. My
Yep.
father's.
That's what I felt on your dad's side. I felt maybe it was your dad's brother, your dad's father. So when you say, you know what, it could be my dad's, and you're ready to say something, I'm going to say I think that's it. When I feel your mom's dad, I do get him, and he's cute, he's sweet, he's nice. But I feel a different, rough, almost like a rough energy with this other person. Like they're totally different personalities. You know, who were you hoping to connect with? I warned you in the beginning that the bus pulled up. I was going to say the Titanic showed up, but let's do something like, yeah, the bus pulled up for Carol Lynn. You know, were you hoping for your mom?
I was hoping for my mom and my dad and my sister. It's the Thanksgiving coming, and I always make Thanksgiving dinner for everybody my whole life.
Yeah.
This was a very sad Thanksgiving.
Yeah. There's so many chairs. So many chairs empty, right?
Yeah.
You got your brother-in-law, you got your sister, you got your mom and dad, you got their parents, you got your uncle coming in, you know. I know it sounds corny, but I get a dog coming in and I keep seeing spots.
Well, that's my dog just died about 6 months ago, Bubby.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, and there's something to do with a spot. So whether polka dot or dotty or maybe they had a dot on them or a circle on them.
She was multicolored.
Oh, okay. Was she like on the smaller side, not a real big dog, but not real tiny?
Yes.
Like a mid-sized version.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and was she 12?
She was 11.
She was 11. I don't know if her birthday was in a month after she died, but she's giving me, technically I was 12.
Actually, you're right. I think that's correct.
Yeah,
right.
It's her way of letting you know she feels like she had a longer life. It would be nice if I said 14, 15. There's very few breeds that have a long life like that. But I want to let you know that she's giving me, with your love and your, just that safe and unconditional loving environment, she probably could have. So she actually statistically would have went between 8 and 10. She actually lived to almost 12 because of you. You have to know that. Okay.
Well, that's good to know. I love that dog.
Second. Did she have digestion issues?
Sometimes.
Or before she died, was she spitting up or throwing up?
Yes, she was.
Yeah. Okay. Know that she doesn't have that anymore? That as she exists in heaven, it's as if she's this healthy, because she is. It's not as if. She is a healthy, alive, strong dog that's running around all these big grassy hills, and she can't get a tick, and she doesn't have to get any medicine, and she doesn't have to, you don't have to worry about anything grooming or anything. She's happy, and she will be living with you. Like, she'll be in your house, all this stuff when you get there, and you don't have to. It's so cute because when we get to heaven, there's so many things that are the same. There's so many things we have to get used to that's different. Like when you have a dog, there's no fear of getting hit by a car or getting lost and not being able to find your way back. There's no leash needed, no collar really. So they're just like a spirit that's being able to look like a dog and love you like a dog, and their love soulmate, and you just share this experience in heaven.
That's
You know
so
what I mean?
exciting. They can
It
run around and
is.
have fun.
You as they tell me all the time, we can't get a paper cut or burn toast.
Oh.
Was her name a P? Like, is anybody? I heard the name Poppy. I just realized that might be. Is it
My
Patty?
Dad. That's what I would call. I used to call my dad Poppy.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking, could it be somebody with a P name? Okay, Poppy.
And only he. I actually. This is going to sound really weird. I didn't ever call him that to his face, but I used to call him that in my head. I'd go, Poppy, let's go do this. And even after he passed, I would call him Poppy in my head all the time.
So isn't that not only such a great connection out of all the things to say to validate your loving connection that goes on, it's even stronger. In your head, what you say only connected to him, thank you, God, right? So you have a no drop call family plan. You have an inner dialogue that's happening without even having to speak a word out loud. Yes, spirit has ears. They have eyes. They can, in other words, they can see, they can hear, they can feel, only connected to them. They can hear the inner dialogue of what you're thinking, only connected to them. When they told me that, I said, thank you, God. And they made a joke. They said, Teresa, if you could hear everything, that would be hell. And they start laughing at their own joke, Spirit's very funny. That's one of the things that caught me off guard in a kind of cool way when I started hearing them and meeting them, and they come to me. Even the really evolved, they call themselves to me anyway. They call them the council. And there's these elders in a way, like people that are wise and teachers, like teacher, like St. Padre Pio. We would, in the Catholic faith, call a lot of them saints, and they have all this wisdom. They come in with cracking jokes like they're a comedian, So when you laugh, you bring your soul to them more. You become more sensitive to them if they wanted to reach out to you. So that's a good thing. Your mother she says, you know what? As much as I loved my life, when I left, I was really ready.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. She says, I had enough.
Yeah, she did. She really, really did. She passed at 94.
Ooh, there you go.
A little rough at the end there.
I almost like when she said that, I thought, let me check again, because she's saying she's okay with time. They don't usually say that. And then I went, okay, I'll say verbatim what she said. And there you go. It's because she was in her 90s.
Yeah.
Because she's like, I had enough. I get, yeah. Sometimes like the other day I did a reading and a man came through real quick. He said, tell my daughter, what was it? It was, I want to clear it up. I didn't go to hell. And I'm really pissed of all those people that are telling you I went to hell. And I'm like, I have no idea why I'm saying this, cute guy, very charismatic, very sweet. And then later in the reading, he puts a gun to his head and says, I'm sorry. And here he had shot himself, and make a long story short, it's really tragic. Yeah. He did it in front of her, the daughter, and shot the mother. But okay. Yeah, things you don't forget because you just did it a couple days ago. Give me a couple days, I'll forget that. But I didn't understand the beginning. Do you understand that? Like, I didn't get, like, why are you saying, all these people saying he's going to hell, Because he was sick, and God had mercy and brought him into heaven. Now, of course, he went to the heavens rehab, Dr. Phil station. He worked on them, so he's been there for, I think she said he said 9 years, something like that. So I learned from doing readings like this that, there is a darker place and there is a full of light place. And it is like stepping into God heaven, and you are submerged in it. It's firing through every fiber of your soul. You're literally feel like you're made of it. And that energy allows them to feel our love for them. So they know more than us how much we love them. It gives them abilities like what's his Peter Parker and his spidey sense. And all of a sudden he has great strength and he can jump and fly. They test all that out and they get to hear what we're thinking. And thank God, not everything, right? So it's not like you walk over there with a manual, like this is what you're going to be able to do now, or this is how it's different. You literally come home to heaven and realize and then remember, and then it's just like, like a baby starts to breathe. It just knows how to and goes on, So your mother is one of those souls. She wants me to tell you that she literally pulls up a chair and watches TV with you. So she kind of loves hanging out. It's almost like having a cup of tea, having a cup of coffee with Entenmann's with you, like every Tuesday and Friday or something. I feel like she likes pulling in and visiting, Is one of her children an S, or is somebody alive with an S sound, like Susan, Stephen?
Not that I can.
I almost felt like, oh, hi, and I felt like an S, like Sal, Steve, like an S.
No.
Okay. Do you have daughters?
No.
And what are you of? Are you?
I'm
that's right. You're 2 girls and a boy, and the boy up there. That's the 4. I remember that. Your mom told me already.
So 2 girls and a boy and another boy.
Right. I remember.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Hold on. She's talking about. Did she lose a sister young?
Yes, she did.
Your mom. Okay, that's because she's trying to spell the word sister, she said. I said, before I get into that and tell her that that's the S sound she wants to talk about, what is about a sister? And then she's talking about reuniting with the soul of her younger sister, or her older sister. Was she really young? Was she like 20s?
Yeah, I never met her sister because she died. She was probably in her 30s or 40s when she died.
Yeah, really young.
Yeah.
Not a child,
Yeah.
an adult, but very young.
She was her older sister.
Yeah, she was her older sister. Yeah, because I said young, because I got young, but then it's older sister, but died young. She got to be, and again, your mom was in her 90s. How long did she have to wait till she finally got to see her sister? But so your mother is trying to share all these good things that she's able to experience over there. You see, she's going, waiting here. I'm with my sister, And is her sister a D name like Doris or Dottie?
No,
I just wrote
it
that.
was.
Oh, you just wrote the name Dot?
Yeah.
I'm getting.
Her name was Annie.
Yeah, I kept getting Dottie, like Dorothy, Dottie, dot, and I thought, remember with the dog with the dot on it, like, and here I'm getting it again. She's literally writing the name Dorothy, like Dottie, on a piece of paper. So we'll see if she gets picked. We'll see, fate. If not, Dottie, you're out there. You just got a hello from the afterlife, whether you're getting picked or not. They know that you're out there. They're with you right now. So know that. Okay. Is anybody an M like Martin? I wonder if it's Dottie. I'm reading Dottie now. Like Mark. It's an M-A-R. I feel like Martin. Are you in the chat room?
Yeah.
Ask if there's a Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N connection to somebody. Just to see, because I feel like someone's bugging me. Okay, we're in November. So is your mom connected to September, October? Because she's saying something about her had just passed.
No, but my sister is.
Is it September or October?
October.
Okay.
Her birthday.
Not the month of, but right before it feeling is connected to her. Oh, that's your sister. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is your older sister?
Yeah.
Okay. Was she a lot older? Was she like 6 years older?
No, 2 years.
Only 2. Okay. She makes me feel very maternal towards you, almost like a mom. So I thought maybe there was a bigger, distance between you. But know that she likes it. It's the way she wants to. It's her character. Okay. It's her personality,
Yes.
Okay. Who was in the hospital bed at home? Is that your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you became a nurse or she's considering you a nurse because you helped her out. But there's just that.
We were together most of the illness. Yeah.
Yeah, she puts you like her right arm, like being like her
and
nurse.
We were doing everything together.
Yeah. And you know what? Whether it's driving her to appointments, whether it's picking things up for her, whether it's laughing at the TV show you're watching together, being there while she's sleeping, giving her some company while she's awake. And how poignant, right? A couple days before Thanksgiving, she's very grateful for all that you did, seen and unseen. She knows. Okay. Who used to make like their own? I feel like I'm jarring and canning. Anybody make?
That would be either my mom or my grandma.
Okay, what did she do?
Well, my mom was like a great cook, so she would probably can and jar everything. And my grandmother, I think, did tomatoes.
Thank you. I was just I kept getting red tomatoes. I'm like, is it because I'm Italian? I'm thinking of that instead of preserves and peaches and stuff. But I kept getting a red tomato, and the word tomato. Like T is for tomato in first grade with a big red drawing of a tomato. Yeah, so know that your mom has a lot of good memories. Like she felt like she got to grow up and become this mother she always would dream about as a kid, and she needed kids to do that. So she's thanking you for choosing to be her daughter. Do you get that? And is Catherine your sister?
No, that's Ann.
Is that, right, Ann. Is her sister, your mom's sister, Catherine? Like a K or a C?
No, that was Ann too. They were both Ann.
Okay.
Annie.
Who's Katie? I keep getting like K-A-T-A, like Kathy, but like Kathleen, Catherine, Katie.
I don't know.
Was your mom one of like 4 or 5? Was she a bigger family?
No, just 4.
Okay. She have 2 brothers?
One brother, one sister, and then one, we don't know what it was.
Okay. So she's giving me.
Too.
Okay, so there's the 2 boys. So we know with having a sister Ann, and you know about the one brother that it was a brother.
That's the cause.
Yeah. Deduction, Watson, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I love the fact, thank you. I love the fact that you're getting to bear witness to your own brother coming through, and then full circle, here's your mom saying she's met her brother.
Yeah.
She has already reconnected with him, didn't need blood work or paperwork, had the same experience she's educating you that you're going to experience one day. I know, I don't know who this is. There's somebody with a D, like Doris, Donna. I don't know if it's connected to the next one, but like Dot. But we'll see.
Yeah.
It's so funny is because your people have such a connection. They don't need to invite anybody. They're an instant party, but they have made friends over there, especially with the other people that are connected to the show. If you want to call it, they met in the waiting room and they hit it off so much they're going to do lunch later. I don't know, but I just kind of feel like this and I don't think I've ever felt this before as much as right now for you, is that your people's people and your people all know each other. Like, to just take that in for a second. Like people that that you've whether it's a friend in school, a friend as a neighbor, a friend at work, people you've made friends with as an old, later in life, like us, like, we meet friends all the time, and there's connections that are made. And those people that have all passed for both of us kind of, enjoy meeting each other too.
I think Eric is my friend, and I was very good friends with his parents.
Mm-hmm.
They all come in, they pass, and they come into his reading, and sometimes I hear his reading, so then my people come. So I think
that's your people, Carol. You just nailed what they're trying to tell you.
That's so cool.
It is. It's not because they're trying to get to you. It's that, but they want you to establish that they have made friends with these people, that they're neighbors most likely, and that when you and Eric get up there, you'll probably be in the same little roundabout. Like they show me these it's hard to explain because we don't live like this down here, but almost like this circle of homes that have like a breezeway between them, and they're all aimed in the middle, and there's this kind of like grotto or something in the middle, town square, whatever you want to call it, like just meeting area, whatever. And then there's places they call feast and gatherings where they can, on a grassy hill, that they love mirroring the earth, the good parts of it, because it feels like home. It feels familiar to us. And there's, all these tables lined up, past the potato salad, and that they live like this. They live in, it isn't just like the pizza shop, or it's the people that are there more that you're kind of being able to connect again with and get to have conversations and experiences with, and to learn and grow and heal and greatly more understand, and blah, 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 So that the learning that you have here, you take that into heaven and have a better heaven experience because of what you've learned here. And then you finish up what you still need to learn, and you still add more things to the list. Why not? But it's always enjoy in heaven. So I'm going to pick a card here for you. Get pulled to this one. Lisa, ready for that? Did you listen to this reading with Carol? Ready? How her people and this people and this, and there's so many people, the bus pulled up. She gets the one card that says, I was met by so many loving people. Yes, exclamation point. That's your people. That's your mom. And how old did you say your mom was?
94.
94. So there had been a lot of people that already, walked into that light, live in the light. So when she had to get picked up, all that she would hope to see and reconnect with, obviously were waiting around her the most. And then the rest of them were all ready to party at the party when she got there. So this depicts because I would say don't be a lazy psychic. Look at the picture on the card too. Pull from it. See what, that's telling you as well. And there's a big hug happening. A hug. There's arms around somebody's hugging them, and they're leaning on them. So that physical hug was felt by her, by so many that she got to hug and be hugged by, that had passed before her. And absolutely people that have passed after her have met up with her, your mom, So were you thinking of both your parents with this one?
Yeah, I was thinking about all my dinner guests, and it's so funny because I wasn't going to get involved today because I thought, oh, Carol, and something in my head kept saying, whispering to me, do it, we want to talk to you, because I was.
Right, well, your birthday is January 18th, right?
Yeah.
And your parents got to say happy birthday, and they know how busy I am around the holidays.
Yeah.
Got to get you in.
Thanksgiving is always my largest holiday.
It is. And they want you to really keep that antenna up for all the little sounds in your house. The little things that will mirror them, whether it's, some you just look out the window and you feel as you're looking at something. Like, I'm telling you, they're going to be there. Use that. God made you, but it also made your imagination, Carol.
Okay.
And you do have a playful imagination, don't you?
I do.
So picture them sitting there. People will say this sounds crazy to talk to them out loud. No, it doesn't. If your mother and father are in the room and her mother and father's in the room and you start talking to yours and they're there, and she doesn't because she thinks it's going to look stupid in her own head and she's just alone with that. Who's the crazy one? She is for missing out that beautiful opportunity to sense and feel and exchange emotions and love with her parents, to accept the limited way they can connect with us. You don't want to say, oh, I don't want to talk to you because of what people may think of me. Like when people all over the world practice their faith through ceremony, ritual, creed, they'll often leave fruit at the altar or flowers at the altar. They light candles, incense, right? They sing to God that God is with them and they're telling them thank you or they ask for help. To the wall, to the bricks, to the paint, to the wood. I mean, like you're talking to a spirit that is present with you. We have been believing in this our whole life. What would make it any different if we sense our parents in the car or our parents at the table with us or in the room with us? Why is that so hard to allow to be, right? So you're already doing it. So they're applauding you, Carolyn.
Oh, good.
Okay?
Yeah.
And know that tears cleanse the soul. It releases pain. Feel free to do that too. They'll be holding you and rocking you like you're their baby. Are you the youngest? Or the youngest girl?
I'm the youngest daughter.
Daughter, right. You're their baby forever, honey, no matter how many chin hairs you get. You're still their baby. And they will always cherish you like that. And you should always know you're not adopted. You're not an orphan. You have parents that will say to the cows come home that you're not alone. Okay?
Yeah, that means a lot.
Yeah. All right. And listen to the doctors. I don't know if you have a something with the dairy, but just be careful, okay? Watch what you're eating and notice what you feel weird about after eating. Because I kind of feel like you went through this 2 years ago. You got to maintain that.
Yeah,
okay?
you're right, I did.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They're just telling me that, right?
Yeah.
So much love. Oh my God. Thank God Carolyn's on the planet, huh? You make this a little bright.
Thank you very, very much.
Yeah.
Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and spread that love out there. Good people don't finish last, okay?
Yeah.
You can't be too nice. Do you understand that?
I got it. Yep.
When people say you're too nice, go thank you.
Ah.
And then what are you trying to be a saint? Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Right.
What's so bad about all this stuff? Good people, you're with yourselves more than anybody. You know that, right? So when you're nice, guess who you get to hang out with? A nice person.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
So send the love out there. God bless you, honey.
Okay.
All right. Much love. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
What a light. We're having some really beautiful people, and you always are, but something's up today, right, Lise? These people,
Yeah.
it's like I'm talking to a piece of plastic here, right? Through it, I mean. The light is shining through like I could feel it, So Mia. Why don't we get one more? We did Ace.
One more
Asa.
donation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just making sure. Did we do 4 or 3? I mean, so
3 so far.
yeah, okay. Because I try to do at least 5. This my man. I get so many texts and so many people that granddaughter of yours with her long hair. She's so beautiful. And I go, I know. You are. Look at you. She's not wearing one stitch of makeup, that girl. Those eyelashes. If I didn't wear makeup, you would turn the lights. You would want me to turn the lights out and do readings. It would be scary. Okay, so Sherry. Oh.
How do you spell it?
Puglisi. Puglisi. That's a P-U-G.
So what's the first?
Sherry. S-H-E-R-I. God, all of a sudden I got really hot. And I'm not doing no flashes or whatever that stuff is. Hot flashes. No, I don't. Thank God I didn't go through any of that. A gift, but it sailed right over me. Like, okay, let me write her name because I will forget. Sherry. You want to call 215-393-9021. Sometimes, rituals do help. This is holy water. I get it at St. Padre Pio Shrine. It's been touched by his glove. And and I have to remember, I just thank you. If it wasn't for the voices in my head reminding me, I do gift certificates. So if anybody out there wants to do a reading for somebody, or even $10 towards a reading, $20, a reading's around, say, $150, okay? And you can do a half hour for $100. Now, what we do is gift certificates are like VIP. Sneaky way to get in early, too, if you want to do that. Call 215-393-9021 if you want a gift certificate, okay? Because we want to get them out in time for Christmas. And I will give you your date so you can let them know the date. I hope somebody picked up out there.
She'll call back.
Call back, Sherry. But I wanted to remember to announce gift certificate. They're really beautiful. There's St. Padre Pio on there. There's the Virgin Mary and Jesus. I have all my information. I put a business card in there to call and confirm. And again, the date's already there. We'll say paid or so much towards that reading. And it is a 5-year wait. But for gift certificates, we try to book within months. Sherry, is that you? Okay, we got Sherry on the phone. Say hi, honey.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good, good. We just want to make sure you're mic'd and everything. Welcome to the reading, to Spirit Inspires. I'm Teresa Rose, spiritual medium. And know that your connection to them, whatever they say, how it connects, do speak up and comment. Okay, that makes them know that you got what they were trying to say. And it keeps people that are watching involved. And know that a mother figure coming through is a mother or mother-in-law. Father is father, father-in-law. Even exes count. Brother or sister could be brother or sister-in-law. And is not your brother, your sister. And yes, you can have pets and children that were miscarriages that make it, or they were adults, children, that passed can come through. Okay, so let's see who comes through. I get a lot of grief and a reason. Did someone just die like a year ago? Someone young?
A couple of days ago.
A couple days ago. Is this your son?
Yes.
Thank you. He's here. He came in like this. Ready, Sherry? Oh, like that. And he literally handed me your grief. Like it's heavy, heavy, heavy. And he showed me himself as this younger man. And he says, I just died. Is it a month ago or a week ago? Because he said one, I thought it was a year ago.
Not even a week ago.
Okay. I'm sorry for your loss, but I'm amazed at your strength and so proud of you. You stepped through all that darkness to get connected to your son today. You knew when you were going to watch this that he was going to push you through all those people and you were going to get picked, didn't you?
Yes.
You did, because it's November. What's coming up? Is December, the beginning of December, or the end of November something?
Christmas is his favorite holiday.
Okay. What's like December 5th? Well, other than Thanksgiving, September 25th. I'm sorry. Not December, like right now. I know, I hear he's yelling at me, right? Is October 15th?
That was my nephew's birthday.
Your nephew. Is that your son's child?
No, my brother's.
Well, I meant, that's what I meant. Sorry. You got to be me for a minute, okay? He's yelling at me. I was going to say it's not your sister, it's your brother. And I said son because he keeps going, son. It's your brother's child, your nephew, not your sister's child. Thank you. He's just so excited to come through. And he wants you to know he's in heaven, sweetheart. And yes, this is tragedy that you should leave, that he should go before you. But did you lose a daughter too? Why should he say he's with your sister's sister?
No, I lost the son when he was born.
Gotcha. But no. How old was he when he passed, your son that just died?
31.
Thank you. This is a grown man. And yes, all children are grown in heaven. But he's saying he's with this other child that you lost. So it was a boy?
His name was Dylan when I gave birth to him.
Okay. Know that he made up with his brother then. There's also a girl there. A girl to his side. I thought it was his sister. All right, hold on. Now, I want to go through a couple things. Is anybody what because I feel like all these people from Carol Lynn's reading were for you. Is anybody a D like David, Danny, like Dot, like Dorothy?
Dorothy's my grandmother. And
There you go.
Danny just passed away 2 days ago, and he was a family friend. But I don't know if Mikey ever met him.
And that's Michael. And I was going to say Michael, and I didn't because I was getting it all at the same time, and I have to breathe. Okay, go back to this. I just did a reading with a girl, Carol Lynn, and I was getting people that weren't connected to her. And I trust that I'm getting this like they're connected to you. So who's the D, like Dorothy, like Dot?
Dorothy's my grandmother. It's my mother's
Yep,
mother.
mom's mom. Thank you. And who's Martin? Mark? Like the N. See, that could be the M, like Michael. That could be your son that just died, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Not the baby, the one that just passed.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel lungs with the baby and fluid. So was he early?
Yeah.
What was he a bigger baby considering how early you had him?
No, he was only not even a pound.
Okay. Know that he gives me this like not a sumo wrestler, not that big, but a kid that has a good appetite. Like if you can imagine a 12-year-old that has a little bit of pounds on him and he's giving me these muscles, that's your baby in heaven. He wants you to know that he has grown up, he has become strong, and that he's not the 1 pound physical body anymore. Do you understand? The baby. Okay. And which one's Michael? Is that the one it was older?
Yes, he just passed actually 1 week ago today.
Thank you. And that's the one. Remember he said that. He said, I just passed, and he gave me a 1. So I'm like, a year ago, a month ago,
Yeah.
and it's a week ago. See how he's good. That's why I like recording this and putting it up on YouTube, because you could watch it later. If you would have missed that, you would have went, you know what it is? A 1 ago, because it's the same day, but a week. It's exactly a week ago. Yeah. Right? Yeah. The good is Ma. He goes, Ma, like that. He goes, I went so fast, you know. Did he hang himself or choke? Or is that the baby? Do you think the baby was fluid? Was the baby passed inside you? Then you gave birth to a baby that already died?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's the baby. Yeah. So know that that's the baby didn't suffer. Just everything got cut off. Do you understand? There's no able to breathe. There's unable. I don't know what, but I just cut off, and then the body of the baby had to be delivered. Okay, and that's how you knew he was a boy, though. At least you see, and you can name him. You know, did you name him Nicholas or Christopher? Who's Nicholas or Nick? Oh, it could be the mic. And then who's the C like Christopher?
I have like Christian.
Christian. I was going to say, do you have another boy? Okay.
Yes, he's alive.
I know. Well, that's what I got. Like, bring up my brother. And I'm going to tell you something. One day, because there's 3 times so far, I was just about to say something, couldn't get it out in time because they're giving me so much, and then I'm waiting and I'm getting, and I didn't get it out. That would have blown you away. Do you understand? And these are big things. You have to trust that they are giving them to me, that they are loving you, because that's nothing to do with me. It's not about believing in this gift. It's about that when you're in heaven, you're going to hear their efforts. You're going to feel their efforts and know that they did this for you. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like that Dorothy and then that M. And there was something Martin. Like, I don't know if it was somebody's last name or somebody's first name or like it's Mark. But it was something like Martin. And I feel like that has to be said. Okay? Was your son found, Pass? Because I feel like, know that I didn't suffer. Because the way they found me, you think I suffered.
Yes, we found him.
Yeah. Was he outside?
No, he was in a house.
In a house. So not his own?
No.
Okay. Because he removes himself from his house. I have to understand that. Okay.
Yeah.
Where he lived, okay, if you walked out the back of your house, is it like 2 blocks over?
No, right next door.
Thank you. I got that, didn't trust it. He showed me like cement back, like walking out the back door, like an alleyway, and you could go right to his house from your house into his house.
Yeah.
And I thought, nah. I'm human. Don't hate me for it, but I am. That's the only part that's not perfect in this gift. The gift is the Holy Spirit. That's perfect, not me. But at least I said that you're close, or that you leave your house, you can go right to his house. That's his way of saying that's what he wanted. He says he didn't do that to please you. He really wanted to be close to you. Yeah. He wanted to live right there. Like go out of your house. Is it row homes?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have that cement driveway I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. No grass? Okay. Is there a back porch or a little back something there near the kitchen?
Yeah, it's his deck.
His deck. I couldn't think of deck. Porch, deck. Okay. Yeah, what's a deck out back? A porch. Yeah, a deck. Know that he says, you're going to walk around and see all this crap everywhere. He says, I wish I would have known people were going to be in my house. I would have cleaned up. But he goes, look you ran around cleaning some things up for him. He says he was there with you. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Was it just your birthday?
No.
Or his birthday? He's saying there was Chris.
It was my sister's birthday 3 days ago.
There was just somebody's birthday. No, wait. He's saying if you went in my house, you would see a birthday card out. It's either in your house or his house. You know how when you get birthday cards, sometimes you open them up and sit them on the furniture?
Yeah.
You kind of put them out. Where am I? Is that your house or his?
Mm.
Is it your sister has birthday cards out?
Maybe. I'm not
Ask
sure.
her. Because if it's her house, he's with her too. He comes and visits her. What's broken in the front of your house? Is the light bulb broken or the porch light doesn't light?
No, it's like the only thing that I had just told him last week was I wanted to get my drain spout fixed.
Your what?
My the drain spout from the roof to the floor.
Oh, out front is the drain thing. I'm thinking a sink, a drain. I'm like, no, it's out front. It's like on the porch or something. Yeah. Was it his friend that was going to come out and try and fix or climb up there? Almost like I feel like going to go out your bedroom window and go out there and kind of try and shimmy it back together.
Yeah,
did he do roofing, your son, or did he do construction work?
A little bit, yeah.
I feel like someone's blowing the horn, beep beep, and he comes running out, and he's getting paid like under the table. Okay. Did he not have a job? Was he like doing odd jobs?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there somebody he knew that either ran a gas station? He's talking about. You were worried about what he was doing sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's selling drugs. Something's not right. Like I feel like I'm dropping something off, picking something up. Like if he came home late, where were you? You know, you'd worry. You know, you didn't like to bitch too much because it always became a fight, and you didn't like to fight with him. You love him so much. You know, is he your second child or second pregnancy?
No, my firstborn.
He's your first pregnancy too?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he have another? Oh yeah, Kristen. And who's the second pregnancy? Is that the one you lost?
No.
No. That's Kristen?
Second.
That's Kristen. Okay. He wants to get to Kristen. He wants you to know he's with Kristen. Okay. And how do you connect with May, with Kristen?
Right
Christian.
Christian, sorry. How do you connect with the mom, May?
It's his birthday.
Oh.
There you go. I would drop the mic, but we're using it to hear you. I'd probably break it. I'll drop my pen for your son.
Say hi, baby.
He loves him. He loves his family. He knows he's loved by his family. He didn't go on his terms. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Like he didn't like go, oh well, F this world and I'm leaving. Something happened to him. You see, he's the victim in this. And so he has pity for all those who mourn him, knowing that what could have been different, the shoulds and the woulds. And he goes, you got to cut it out because I do what I want. You understand? You understand that?
Yeah,
I go where I want. I say what I want. I do what I want. And does this kid know how cute he is? Yeah. He knows the girls like him. In fact, it was really interesting, or it will be really interesting, when the girls show up at the wake and funeral. I feel a little telenovela going on.
No, he was just
Is he half Puerto Rican?
Yes.
Get out of here. Sherry sounds so Irish. There's no way I would say Puerto Rican.
No, I'm not half Puerto Rican. Mikey's half Puerto Rican.
No, he is.
Yeah.
He said, oh, I know what you can say. Puerto Rico. I'm half Puerto Rican. And I'm thinking, wait, let me see. Is this girl Carmen? What's her name? I don't want the skeptics out there to go, her name's freaking Sherry. That's like Irish. Ireland, Sherry, you know? My Sherry. You know?
Love in Spanish descent, let me tell you.
He sure does. And that's probably where he got all those good looks, right? That the women and his moves, you know? Which I look horrible on camera doing that. I'm sorry for you guys that had to witness that. But yeah, but know that he is so proud of his short life here. He knew he was loved. He knew how to have fun. He was funny. He knew how to be authentic. Do you understand that? Whether you wanted to hear it or not. But I'm going to tell you, he walked in with a smile. His smile with dimples. Right? You know it. And you are asked to write something for him. He says you have such a hard time writing this because all that he was, how do you boil that down to a couple paragraphs? You can't, you know? Did he go by a different name, not Michael?
No.
Did he go by like a nickname, but nothing like the name Michael?
Yeah. I called him Boo, and he has a nickname, Soles, S-O-L-E-S.
S-O-L-E-S?
S-O-L-E-S.
F is in Frank?
So, S is in Sam.
That's the S.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yep.
Yeah, and there's no way I would get that. Souls, whatever. Yeah, I was getting like I was reading someone else, sweetheart, and your son could not wait to come through. And I was like, what did I say? Steven? I don't know, or Susan, whatever. S kept getting an S sound. And then they switched it to like being with the sisters because Mr. Michael kept going, I want to talk to my mother. Now, I don't know if you were only 18 when you had him, but he's talking about thanking you for giving him life. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. That he asked God, and I just got chills. And that's him hugging me, that he really wanted to say that to you. He asked God for you to be his mother. Do you understand?
Yes.
And in heaven, when you were there, you had this discussion. You asked him to be your son, your soulmates. You've had many, many lifetimes, and he buried you, sweetie. He cried over your grave. He laid flowers on your tombstone. Now, I don't know what the color purple is, but he seems to like the color purple. And he says something about leaving purple flowers or putting a purple. Do you have a decoration of a butterfly that you pin to his picture?
No.
I don't know what this is.
I have an idea, but I'm not too sure.
Wait. First, he gave me purple, and I'm wearing it. Now I know why I wore this shirt. Then he gave me purple flowers, finding them and giving them to him. Then he gave me the tombstone, but then he backed it up and gave me a cremation on a shelf of furniture, whatever. And then he put he gave me the word decorations. And then he gave me a butterfly flying by. So there, I gave it. What was he saying?
No idea.
Well, you said you knew what it was before. You said, I have an idea what it is. What were you thinking before?
I had a purple shirt on. That's why I was thinking.
You have a purple shirt on. And I said, I had to wear a purple shirt. You don't know what that means?
That's strange. Well.
Yeah. Yeah. And hold on. I kind of get like, I don't know if he's an artist, a musician, but creative and then creative. And you're going to be creative with him through your life.
He was a very good artist.
Yes. And because he was an artist, and sorry for my nose, it gets very itchy. It's always been like this my whole career. When they come in strong, my nose starts itching. Okay. And it's a good thing, my nose, because it means they're coming in strong, right? Yeah. I feel that because of him being an artist, you're going to honor him by, I don't know, something to do with in memory of him. Whether it's a tattoo, whether it's tattoo and some kind of watercolor, there's a butterfly, there's something you're going to get moved to buy, have done. Maybe it's his shirts, as a blanket, whatever it is. But I feel more creative, like artistic, like drawn, painted, something like that. Okay? Everything you do, every thought that you think of how much you miss him and love him is a gift to him, you know? You got to be nice to each other down here. The only way he can hurt in heaven is when we argue down here. When two people he loves are making each other miserable, especially if it has a connection to his death, that makes it hurt worse because he feels responsible for it, you know?
Yeah.
Did he OD? He won't tell me, but everything points to that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to tell you, he's not ready to talk about that part because he's very ashamed, honey, in the sense that he's sorrowful, not thinking less of himself. He knows his worth. He knows he's loved. There's just this overwhelming sorrowfulness. Wish I could turn back time and make a better choice. He's a good person making a bad choice. He knows that you've already forgiven him. You're angry at what drugs do. You're so angry. But he doesn't want you to yell and disperse that energy to people because it makes him hurt. It causes him pain. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So when you're angry, take a walk. Don't drink. Don't get drunk. You'll just get more angry about stupid stuff when you were in second grade and cry and ruin your mascara. I mean, it's not going to help anything, you know. Journal. Talk to him out loud. He's standing right there. What's with the cremation?
That was cremated.
Huh?
My cousin's study was cremated. He just passed in March or April.
Is that his cousin?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it a younger cousin?
No, he's older.
He's older. Was anybody in their 20s?
Not that I know of.
No. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, shut the door.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, I just have somebody that just showed up that lost his son, Michael. That's a sign for you. He's going to be a guest on my show. That's called serendipity. When things fall into place that mirror to speak to you, to give you that validation to believe. Okay. All right, hold on. Yes, he's such a character, your son.
Oh,
He is so funny. He just joked that his birthday should be February 15th because he's a lover. Yeah.
it's him.
It should be literally the day of love. I said, when's your birthday? Is it coming up? Because I can feel how much you like Christmas. And he goes, it should be, that's the way he answered me. It should be February 15th, the day of love. Is that Mr. Love? Oh, 14th, see? Durr. Wonder why they gave me the gift. There's so much room up here for them to speak clearly. Okay. All right, hold on. Do you have a colada ring that you're wearing right now on your left hand? Or do you have an emerald on? Like a birthstone ring?
I don't have any at all right now.
Okay. Do you know what month green is? Do you know what month green is? Look it up, okay? Look that up for me. Emerald birthstone. Okay. Is your mom alive?
Yeah.
Thank you. Because there's a love for you, obviously. I love you, Mom. This has been a love fest for Mom. Okay. Did you remarry or did you not marry his dad, but then marry somebody else?
Yeah.
Or have you been married twice?
I was never married, but I have
Another, because he wants to say love to the father figure is not his dad, but you're with him. Correct?
Okay.
You're with a guy?
TJ, yeah.
TJ, whatever. Yeah. There was a hello to him. Okay.
Emerald is May.
May.
Is that
Emerald
his
is
son?
May. Back,
Christian, isn't that his
yep.
birthday?
Christian. Yep. So that's
He's all
back
about
to,
him.
it's all about this kid, honey. He loves his brother, honey. We just got, my daughter looked it up. Emerald is May.
He has two brothers that are born in May.
Of course they are.
2nd and one on the 28th.
There you go. And that's my son, Andrew, the 28th. Yeah.
Yep.
So look at that is his way of reaching out to both brothers. He gives me brother month of May and gives me Emerald that I didn't even know what that month is, honestly. Okay. And it's his, because I don't know every birthstone, just never learned it all. It's his way of validating this loving connection. And those two boys are so different in age, in attitude, personality. Your two sons, Mr. May and Mr. May. But there is that close relationship in different ways, but just as powerful for both of them. Okay. Okay, hold on. Does he have a nephew? Did one of his brothers have a boy?
My daughter.
Had a boy?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she, if this is true, you're in the book, okay? Does she live across the street?
No.
She lived with you?
She used to live with me.
Okay. Because he's laughing at you like all your kids right there. Like under, sitting on that chair, we'll just build a wall and put a little hotel ringing bell, because that's where you're going to live. You're going to live here. We want everybody in the same house.
Yeah.
Is that anybody like a really good friend named Patty? Like a neighbor or something?
It's friend Patrick. Yes, Patrick.
Oh, Michael's. Oh, it's his friend.
Yeah.
Okay, look at the P like Patrick. Okay. Look, we have to wrap up, but I got to tell you, I want you to call me. I want you to say you've lost your son. I want you to say, I told you to call, if anything. You don't even have to say son. And you got the number, you called me, and leave your phone number because I'm not that good. Because this kid wants to talk to you. He wants to help you through this. And if you did a reading, say once a year, you have to all year to save up for that. You could even ask people to chime in and give you $10, birthday, Christmas, pick something, and you'll have the money. Okay? I mean,
Not an issue. Just tell me what it is, and I'll call you.
Yeah, and it's 215.
Okay.
393-9021. Because I feel like his healing in the afterlife, which he's good, and your most targeted is what we need, the healing here, is going to kind of have like this rhythm to it where it's not going to be just me, it's everything. It's all around you. It's the signs. It's, your son being born in May. It's all these names like your grandmother, Dorothy, like all things that came through today. And 3 of them I could go, oh, I didn't get a chance to say that would have been big. Just to say that he's in God, that he's not in hell. You should not live to finally die to have to know that then. This is you knowing it now. This is allowing that healing now. Don't let anybody trick you into thinking anything different. I'm not a lucky guesser. I don't know where my car is when I come out of Walmart. I say it all the time. So what he gave you today that made you stop, that you didn't even answer me or you started crying, opened your heart to have more faith and that his spirit can be alive when the body isn't anymore. His memories, who he is to you, his personality. Your son is standing right next to you. And you have a deeper connection to him than I'll ever have. Yeah. I don't know if your sister is his godmother, but there's that happy birthday to her, and he said godmother.
Yes.
Yes, yes?
Yes.
There you go. He said, oh, by the way, tell her I was there. See, he acts like he just went from the living room into the kitchen dying. Do you understand that? That's him. He's just like taking a walk. That's his transition. That's him out of the body. But he went into the light. He's not a ghost. He's not Sam from the movie Ghost, Yeah. He's going to be here. He's going to be part of your healing. He's going to be appropriately around you, so take showers, right? And the guy you're with now, is he younger than you?
Yes.
Thank you. Is it like 4 or 5?
7.
7, thank you. It's a little bit of a chunk of time. So, boom, drop them. I'm going to drop the mic for him because he's just kicking ass. There you go. Because he keeps firing these facts at you that are validating your amazing connection with your soul and his. Get it?
Yeah.
Okay? So you carry this. You can't lose it. You can't drop it, misplace it. I validate it in you. I validate him with you. You know this on a soul level. You know this. Your intellect, your personality has to embrace it for the healing to begin or to continue or to go. You got to work at staying on that higher vibe. Everybody has to pass. Thank God he didn't suffer when he did. Thank God he's in heaven. All the shitty stuff is still real, but thank God some good things. Thank God you and me met today. Right, Sherry? Right? Thank God. Do you have a cat?
No, I hate cats.
You hate cats. Is there a cat that keeps coming around your house like a white cat? Or a striped cat out front? There's a cat that comes wandering around. He likes. Well, he teases you with this cat out front. So don't push it away too fast because his energy's riding in the cat. He's like saying, I feel like he likes busting your bones or whatever you call it, balls or something. Well, you don't have balls, you're a girl, but whatever. This is me talking here. You see the difference? Okay. So I love the Puerto Rican thing. Huh?
Does he have anything to say?
Oh
to
my
the
God,
sister?
he is such a proud uncle to this little boy. Is he
Oh.
2? Is he 1 going to be 2?
No, he's 4. He just turned 4 in October.
Okay, so he must be the smartest kid.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
something about him talking or saying words, or he's talking, he's going to talk to him because he knows him. You know, who's Poppy?
My dad.
Your dad. There you go. I'm telling you, part of this girl's, it's her too, but some of it mirrors, it's your people too. This other reading. When you look at the YouTube show, because we're going to place it on YouTube, I want you to also listen to Carol Lynn's reading. Because your people were blending with hers, because her people are so nice. They invite everybody over for Entenmann's and coffee. They're all happy, you know, because they hear Poppy again. Is your dad here? Alive, I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Because there's a hello. I said, what do you want? Are you with him? He goes, hello, hello, hello. It's a hello too. Yeah. I feel like there is a dad there though. Is that is that his father's father?
No, it's my dad.
Oh, your dad. Okay. Who's the Poppy?
That's Poppy. That's my dad.
Okay. He's crossed?
No, he's here.
He's alive. Who's the dad that did pass? Because I went to back up and I got, well, I am with the dad, but his dad. Is the father, the guy that you had Michael with, is his dad passed?
I don't know. I've never met him.
You don't even know. You never met him. Who knows? Yeah. So just know that there's a lot of people that you love, like your grandparents, that your son has met up with in the spirit world. Okay. And
Okay.
and he's getting all this juicy stuff about how cute you were as a little girl. And you were your own girl too, weren't you? You used to go, I'm not doing that. Or I'm going to do this because you were very in charge too. When's your birthday? Are you July? Are you July?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to know when's your birthday. He went, July.
Oh my God.
Oh, and that's my boss. God, the big G. So we're going to end that with that, and thank you for your reading being able to be heard. So many that are seeing it live, and then maybe finding it later on YouTube is going to help mothers who have lost their son. It's going to help so many people out there that need to hold on to something that they know is true, but they don't know how they know it's true, right? Their faith.
Yeah.
And this is what's going to sustain you. That you're going to be like, I don't know how to get up every day. I don't know where I'm finding this strength. And it's being fed to you by your son with the Holy Spirit, with God. God did not take your son. God did not save him. We do what we do down here, and God is there to help us when we go to heaven. Do you understand?
Yeah. He
guides us. We have free will, And Mr. Cutie, there's no way that guy didn't get in heaven. I'm telling you. If I was at the front gate, come right in. I don't even want to know your name. Just come right in.
He was a handsome kid.
Handsome, gorgeous, eyes, everything. He's a movie star, honey. Movie star. He don't have to talk. Just look at somebody. They're in love. So I'm going to tell you, he had a few people coming at him, but he's an old school. He's a lover from like he even though we say all this stuff and it's true, he says, I'm the kind of guy that when I fell in love, I loved forever.
Yeah.
I'm old school. I want to be that dad with the, being actively involved in my children's lives and, being somebody my wife can be proud of, So, yeah. So he is definitely loved here. I'm sure absolutely loved over there. And one day me and you will be over there at the Free No Calorie Buffet talking about today. Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you're grateful for speaking with your son, validating his connectiveness to you. And I'm just happy to be the pencil that made it happen. Okay?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving. Shout it out there. We need advertising. We need people to know about our show. Okay?
Absolutely.
And don't forget to call and leave a message. after the show's over, though, because we're using the phone right now, but if you could, like in an hour, call back, give your first name, your phone number, say you'd like a reading that I had asked you to do that, and we'll make it happen. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. I'm so sorry for your loss, but you're going to get through this with him, not without him. You just have to reteach yourself how you're connecting, right?
Yes.
Okay, honey. God bless you,
You pulled the
sweetheart.
card?
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Wait.
I just got.
Okay. I feel healthy and happy is the card you got. So how can somebody that had such a tragic passing feel healthy? Because he's no longer in the body. How can they feel happy? Because they're in the grace of God. They're able to do this for you. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. God bless you, honey. All right.
Thank
Bye-bye. Heavy one.
Oh my gosh.
But wow, Puerto Rico. Does she sound Puerto Rican? No. Sherry. What was her last name? Oh, is that what he looks like? Can I show that? You think I could show that? Is there
it's
anything?
okay with me, but
I just want to, Lisa, how did you get the picture?
from Donna.
Donna Fricker. Donna. Oh my God, he's gorgeous.
So
The only thing is, I have to say, I didn't get his beard is a little fuller than what I saw. Look at his last name, Bass. What was her last name when we picked her, though? It was like, here it is.
I can't.
That's Carol.
This is it.
What is it? Yeah, that is a Puglisi. Sounds Italian, actually. She got an Irish first name, Italian last name. And it is Michael Vasquez, whatever. So cute. Yeah, I can't read any of this. I don't have my glasses on. But I could see his name, Michael A., and then see his face. That's the face. His eyes seemed a little bigger. Dimple smile, a little more clean cut here with some nubs. But that's him. I don't know if anybody can see his face there. Yeah. So, and here, you want to get this? Mia, can you get this? I love that we're on the phone so much because it can be any nationality, any skin tone, right? They could talk about things around them or how they looked or, things around them, meaning like what you're wearing, like that purple shirt was referenced, a purple shirt, whatever, so. Okay, so we're going to do top donation.
Yes.
Do we have time for it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you get the paper? Okay. Top donation is Angela. Collon. Get that over there. Woo! A lot of trash over here. Okay. I know you guys are on your phones and everything, but Sophia or me, could you get the papers and it's gonna bug me. It's something human part of Teresa here. So Angela Collon or Collon. Angela. Just remember Angela. I love that name, Angela. I have a cousin, Angela. It was awesome. Just looked up to her, still do. I missed seeing her the other day. But we will get together. We will all get together. And then I had another party with my 2-year-old.
Do you want to pick one of those cards just to?
Okay. For everybody listening, I'll do the very first one in the end here. Think of your loved ones that have passed. You got, I love this card. One of my favorites. I send you loving signs through nature. This is the one that has a butterfly on it. So remember, Michael brought up the butterfly. So think of rainbows, colors in the sky, even shapes of clouds, nature, meaning bugs. It could be a ladybug. Ladybugs are good luck. Don't worry. Good fortune, and that's the rainbow is now. Like ladybugs are, don't worry about what's going to happen. Everything will turn out okay. The rainbow is more like now you are being sent good luck, good fortune, things good, happy ever after kind of, the storm is over. Now is good. Like the worst is over. So, Bluebirds are I'm happy, be happy. Cardinals are, all about, being with you in that moment. Now, the butterfly rests on a little wish. They're those dandelions that look like a little puff ball of little white seeds, whatever. And it's resting on there. And we used to call them wishes when we were kids. We blow on them and the little, seeds would fly out there and we make wishes. So know that they want you to think about where you are, grateful for the year that's transpired, any good things, and think about what you would like for the new year for others and yourself. And they're going to be very much co-creating that life with you. So that's a really cool thing to know. Why don't I pull some fortune cards too? I want to get the first ones. I'll get the first ones. All right. I'm getting to do that. We have here if you want to have no enemies, make friends. So yeah, so be nice. That's that look in the eye, say thank you, be conscious of being grateful. People always like to be appreciated. So appreciate yourself too and others. And so sometimes we have to notice what we do well and not the ego, but like really, truly feel proud of yourself. It's okay. God wants you to do that. So it says here, an unexpected acquaintance, acquaintance will resurface. So that's a positive thing. There's a lot of hearts around that. So that means somebody you haven't seen in a while, you will. So look we got the holidays. This is a no-brainer. We got the holidays coming up. So people that we haven't seen in a while, we're going to reconnect. Of course, you're going to see people sometimes only see certain people a few times a year, if not once a year. And it has to do with holidays is typically what pulls us together. So yes, that's true. And it's going to be good. It's going to work out good. It says your partner will return to you. So some people say, well, how's that? I'm married. I'm happy. What do you mean the partner will return to me? Sometimes there's life that goes on that pulls you apart, even though you live at the same address, you're legally married, you're in a committed relationship. You're going to, what I get from this for you and for me and for everybody is that we will try to shift to have more time together, quality time together, So we won't be working as much. We'll be trying to make that healthy balance of work and play, right? So Angela?
Yeah.
Angela, you are our top donation. 215-393-9021. That's COLON, colon, or colon.
Just in case.
Oh, just in case that dies.
And then it's up to you how long you wait, and then you make that decision if you want to do the same thing we did last time, next show, if you want to do, however you want to do it.
Well, Angela called 21. Hey, John, how you doing? We got one reading left, and you are on. And what we'll do is, I was thinking we're going to pull this out a little bit, scoot this chair over, and bring another chair over. Okay? It'll only take a second if we get people to help. Yeah. I really want that chair, and just we'll do is we'll just pull this out a little bit. It won't take much, and I'll move it, and we'll have him right here. That's all.
What do you want him to do? Like, what do you?
I'm going to interview him. We're going to talk about how he got his gift, how it manifested. What is? I'd like to talk about like how it feels, and of course Michael, right? Michael wants to be talked about. I can feel already, It's about his, and it's not. He says, I don't want it to be like as if he's like ego. He says, I just want to talk about me and my dad's connection and how the spirit world and the spirit in the body world, which we're in, can join forces to help our life down here, not only in the healing process of death, but in our life process of what we need to do while we're here. It's teamwork, He's not going, oh, I'll just see you on the flip side when you get over here. He's working with you. And he's helping validate all these other spirits around other people, So why don't we just do her next week?
Well, it wouldn't be next week. It would be next
I mean,
show.
not next week, the next show. Yeah. I feel like she's meant to. I know it sounds weird.
Yeah.
And we'll have John on.
Okay.
Yeah. So why don't we, because we're right at that time. Don't leave. It's 5 o'clock. I think you're going to learn a lot by meeting John Toth. He's going to be coming in a second here and sitting right next to me. We're just going to move a couple things around. So Mia Sophia, one end. You're going to pull it that way. Just slide. You'll get on that corner or you get it on that end. And I'm going to take these. That's a good idea. Little spirit world. Okay. And then just bring it out that way just a little bit. Just bring it out. There you go. Perfect. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
It's up to you. They wait.
I think the folding chair.
Oh, you want to do the
Yeah,
folding
right.
chairs?
Yeah, because I think
Up
it'd be
against the
closer.
wall.
Okay, yeah, then you will get rid of this. Do you want me to get rid of my chair too?
No.
No? Okay, all right.
You need to be comfortable.
I'll be comfortable and you don't have to fight me. Okay, make sure he's on camera too.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I think I get that I have to move this over.
Yeah. It looks like you'd be good where you are.
Is my makeup okay?
Yeah. Did you go? Did you get
My
touch
makeup.
ups?
My makeup.
Here, scoot in a little more.
And then
Nice
I'll
to
move
see you.
Nice to see you. Nice to see
Okay.
you. Yes.
The anti-COVID hug.
The
So are you
energy-
sure he's good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, this
Those
is my
ladies.
good friend John Toth, and I'll let him tell the story of how we got together. It's an honor for you to be on the show because I know you have so much to teach and guide others. We're all on this spiritual path, especially when we lose people, and it kind of sets us in that path. I think we feel better when we're on that spiritual path. It's tough. It's tough to lose somebody, and especially Michael. He is an awesome guy and still is. And
He was awesome when he was
Yeah.
here, and he's awesome. He's still awesome.
so let's take people back in time.
Okay.
Or is it this Wayne's World?
You want to talk about when we first
You
met?
could talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Mike passed away on November 10th, 2010. And
This month.
yeah, right after that, we started getting signs, various signs. I won't go into detail, but pennies and things like that.
Yeah.
And about a month after he passed, we went to see you. Now, I had been given your name 5 years previous,
Okay.
and I had your name and your telephone number on my desk. And every time I cleaned my desk off, I would pick it up, look at it, and say, "Yeah, you know what? I'll keep it." And I would it would move around on my desk.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, when Mike passed, there
No.
was a sense of urgency. So you were doing a gallery reading at the Holiday Inn in Salem.
Mm-hmm.
So we went there, and there were about 60 people, and he came through loud and clear.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when we first met.
Do you remember anything that he might have said that made you go, "That's my Michael," or "That's him," or?
Oh yeah, well, right at the opening, you started explaining to people how this was going to work, and you said, Tom the painter, and this, that, and then you said Michael the musician, and he was a really good guitar player,
Right.
and he wrote songs and things and stuff like that. He was in competitions and stuff, and so we
Wow.
knew immediately that he was there and he was going to come through.
Oh wow! So you got a little wink
Yeah.
from Michael.
And then he came through. And then towards the end, my niece was there, my sister-in-law, a bunch of us. And my niece wanted more validation. So there were only a few people left at that point. And you said, okay, well, he's telling me that you wrote him a letter and that you put it in his casket.
Mm.
And she said, yes, I did. And none of us knew that. She didn't share that with anybody.
Wow!
And then the funny thing was, you said,
Wow!
he's telling me that you sealed the envelope, but then you had something more to say. So you picked up a pen, and it was a pen with pink ink. and you wrote on the outside of the envelope.
Oh.
And she started laughing. My niece Allison, she started laughing and she said, "That's exactly right. That was the only pen that I could find."
Now that's Michael.
And it had,
that's specific,
and
right?
it had pink ink. You know.
Wow.
So
now I look at this as like a third person. I look at this as if that's not even me, because it really isn't. That's Michael shining. That's Michael saying, okay, when you guys leave here, you're not going to hope that that was me, that this is real.
Oh, yeah,
it's going to be like lingering in your hearts for decades. Came through.
You came up with so many validations. There was absolutely no doubt that.
I have this very strong, God knows what we said to each other, but very strong memory of you. Almost like when I did a break, I think it was a break, and all these people, like some people lined up to talk to me, you know, and you were there.
Yes.
And that's all I really remember.
The first break at that.
Something must have happened that made it sink in or stay in.
That first time we met you, you had a break. And I walked up to you and I said, "Teresa," and I introduced myself. And I said, "Is it uncommon that somebody who's just passed 30 days previous would come through so strong?"
Yeah.
And you said, "Well, let me put it this way." And you said, he's standing right here and he's saying that he's done this a lot. And you flicked your hand like this, like he used to do.
Oh.
And he's saying that he's done this many times. And
wow.
And then
meeting lifetimes.
Yeah, like, lifetimes, previous lifetimes, right?
Yeah.
And he said, and then you said, "Let me put it this way, John. For a bus full of souls that needed to get from point A to point B, he would be driving the bus."
Wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
And we've grown to know that that is true.
Yes, we have. and
so great.
And the gift that I have is grown, from that point.
Amazing.
And it's just to the point now where, and the interesting thing is, I never sat down and said, "Oh, gee, can I, dear Lord, please grant me this gift," or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It just came on. I didn't ask for it.
Right.
I wasn't pursuing it. It just happened. Mm-hmm. And then there's a whole story about the table tipping. We can get into that if you'd like.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just continued to grow.
And I'd like to add to that what John's saying, and I know a lot of you understand, you're doing a great job of, but just in case there's somebody that doesn't get that, came upon him, he would be missing his son so much, and I call it leaning in, kind of leaning in, hoping to sense anything that could be him. And we are, as being spirit and body, we're waiting for them to lean through the veil with anything they have set up to cross our path, a smell, a sense, a knowing, anything to just get any connection to them, because we love and miss them so much. In that leaning in, you found out that I like to call it a quest that Michael had for you, that I believe you signed up for way before you guys were
now
born.
Looking back on it, that's absolutely true. We plotted this plan back when we were both on the other side, because we've since found out that we've lived the previous 13 lives together.
Yeah.
And that's a whole other story.
That's a whole other story.
Reincarnation. I always had a big belief in the afterlife.
Yeah.
And I never dismissed reincarnation. I just never really thought about it.
Me too.
But at that same meeting that we had a month after he passed, you also said to me at that break. That you and him have done this many times before. You said, "I feel like you and him were brothers in a previous life." That started me with the research.
Yeah.
And
that's the feeling I have in my heart. That one part that I do remember, because now that you say it, that's it. Because in my head, I remember distinctly thinking, I can't say that. He's going to think I'm crazy. You don't know who to bring up reincarnation to. But the minute I said it, and I felt right in saying it, the minute I let it happen, that
was the first domino that needed to go. And it started the chain reaction. I went home and I started doing research, and then through table tipping, I confirmed it, and then it's you know where it's going from there. It's just blossomed.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about the quest thing, and you can elaborate if you feel you need to. Is the quest is that Michael if he would have died on that moment of that day, whatever, the destiny would be to help other souls, to help all these souls that need to have a voice, and that your love for Michael, your ache and your grief itself, which is love, wanting to connect with him and just being open in the way he's going to do it, let him surrender, let him teach you, brought in other souls. We got to talk about this. He's at work and he's feeling something for a coworker, like grandmoms, whatever, like sisters, brothers, and he's got to go. Now, me, I have a safe setting. They've already asked me for the reading. They're in front of me or on the phone, and they're expecting a connection, and they're open to connection. You literally are being asked by heaven to go up cold and go, excuse me, I have to talk to you a minute.
Yes.
How does that feel? How's that feel when you have to do that?
It's interesting because I've done a lot of things in my life. I've been in politics. I've real estate. I've talked in front of people, and I feel like my entire life has been a training for where I'm at now.
Right.
This is what I was being trained for my entire life.
Yeah.
And so I don't have a fear of going up to people.
Right.
To talk to them, number one. Okay.
Yeah.
Number two, I believe so strongly in this, and we've connected so many people and helped heal that I know it's going to be good. I trust that spirit knows what's best.
Right.
And that's where it's at. I just trust that they know what's right. And so when a spirit comes through to me, I make every attempt to try to get that message to them,
I kind of say it's kind of like a spidey sense.
Right.
It's something spiritual, if you want to call it spiritual, that is, you're sensing it, and it's there's an inner knowing that this is what it means, or this is what you need to say, or that's who it's connected. It's kind of like just following what you're feeling, other than hearing and seeing. It's like a knowing, right? Would you say a knowing?
Yeah, for sure. You know when somebody's coming through.
You get used to that feeling.
I say it's like a computer download.
Yeah, that's a good way of saying
and
it.
They just bombard you with all this information, and let me just back up a second here. But when it first started, I was, you second guess yourself because you're not sure if it's your thoughts or it's them coming through. And I had an interesting table tipping session, and if you want to talk about table tipping, we'll talk about that eventually. We'll let people know what that is. But I had set it up for some friends of mine. And so I had to drive to their house, and it was about a 45-minute drive. So when I got there, I said to them, it was one of my friends that I work with, Jim, and then his wife, Sue, and then a friend of theirs. And I said, I need to go into a room and just do a little meditation just to kind of calm down from, driving on 95.
Yeah.
And so I went into another room, and I'm sitting there, and very subtly, this older woman, grandmotherly figure that I felt like was the grandmother of the friend that was there. And she started talking about a necklace, but it was very subtle. And I started questioning it, whether it was me or someone coming through, or, whether it was my thoughts or it was someone coming through. And all of a sudden she turned into a grandmother, and she scolded me. And she wagged her finger at me, and she said, "You need to stop. You're very good at this. Trust what you're getting." And I was like cowering. I was like, okay. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to tell them what I got, but I know it's not going to connect. Nothing's going to happen. So she left. I walk out. I said, "Look, I don't know if this is going to make any sense, but it feels like your grandmother came through, and she's showing me a necklace, and it opens like this. Well, you could have knocked this girl over with a feather." And she said, "You don't have to say anything else more to me. That's the only thing I was here to find." And she reaches in her pocket, and she pulls out this necklace.
Oh my gosh.
And she opens it up like this. And what it was two necklaces in one. It was a heart, and there was another heart inside of it.
Aww.
And the heart inside came out, to form another necklace. And what happened was she wore it and her mother wore it. And her mother had 6 pets.
Oh,
And she said, this is the only thing I wanted to, she said, anything you tell me from this point is a bonus.
yeah.
And from that, and I learned a lesson.
Yeah.
To trust what I was getting and just say it and don't worry about it. And if it connects, it connects. If it doesn't, you know, I delivered the message.
Right.
But I will never forget that grandmotherly figure who came through and she scolded me.
Yeah. And you had a crash course, but I feel like so perfect that you learned in a sense that all those movies we grow up to watch, it really isn't like that. They're people.
Yeah.
And at the same time, she did it with love. Like, come on now.
She did. She did.
You got to know that you're good.
Yeah.
Like, they believe in you. They picked you.
Right.
You know, and the more you do, you go, they are, okay, you kind of get, there's a sense that they're picking you to deliver that message, you know? Yeah. And they see your heart. They know. She
scolded me, but then she complimented me, you know?
Yes.
It was, you're very good at this. You need to trust yourself.
So. Yeah. And sometimes we need that. We need that wake up like, oh, that's right. I'm just delivering the message. It's more like trusting in you too.
For me,
and
that
pleasing
was
God. You're working for the spirit world. You know what I remember feeling like when I first started doing this, it hit me out of nowhere. My clients really aren't the ones paying me. They're not the ones that are sitting in front of me getting those messages. It's the ones that hired me from above. Yeah. They're my clients.
Right. They're the ones that said,
they're the ones I need to.
You're the one that needs to get my message.
Get enough sleep and do a good job for, because we're really, you know, speaking for them, you know. Yes. So I could feel this, my spidey sense is saying, I could feel people out there going, what is it that you feel when how do you connect? Do you see things? Do you hear things? Do you what is it like?
Well, can I go back in time?
Oh yeah.
And just,
you can talk about anything you want.
Because Mike's been gone, 11 years this month. So,
I'm sorry.
And like and like I said, this is not something that came on. It was a very gradual kind of thing, and it kind of started right afterwards. He was showing us some signs that he was coming through, and then coincidences. Right. Like I would think of something, I would be thinking of something, and somebody that was in our midst would start talking about it. Wow. And I would look at them and say, "Wow, that's weird." I was thinking about that, and they started talking about it. Like, wow, that's strange.
Yeah.
And then the thing that really jump started it was the retreats, where we did the table tipping. Now the table tipping started. I was introduced to that from a friend of mine who lost her daughter, and she had been talking to me about it for 5 years. Her daughter passed away in 2005, and she knew I had a big belief in the afterlife. And she said, "John, my aunt does this thing called table tipping. We should get together and do it. I know you have a big belief in the afterlife." And I was like, okay. Well, obviously, when Mike passed, it was a sense of urgency. So we got together, we did it, and it worked. Her daughter came through, Mike came through, and I was hooked. Yeah. And basically, all it is I just use a small coffee table. And we can get into that more, but I was hooked, and it was, a chance to talk to Mike. That's the way I looked at it. I didn't look at it as trying to help anybody or anything. I just wanted to be able to talk to my son and my other loved ones that had passed.
Yeah.
So you did we went on a retreat with you guys in May of 2011, and that was in.
I love how you just month and year, and I'm like,
well, there's a reason for that. We'll talk about that too. But anyway,
because I don't know if I
saw an 11 before you said it. I was like,
another 11. All these 11s.
11s are prominent right now. So we went there, and I had told you about this table tipping. So you said, "Hey, break it out. Let's do it." So we did it, and that really jump started the whole thing, because that was the first time that I did it in front of other people.
And I got to add in, I felt God guiding me to put you out there, to give you exposure.
You said that at the time.
Yep.
You said that at the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
For you to get that experience, for people to have that experience if they wanted it. Yep. Just see,
Yes.
So if the big G says you're okay, then you're okay.
Yes. And and then I went on a few other retreats with you over the years, and
there was great, powerful moments.
Yeah, and I started noticing that I was getting, even before spirit was coming on, I was starting to pick up on whether it was male or female,
Mm-hmm.
a relative, a mother, a father, a friend, and I was just kind of getting it. And it just has it's grown since then. And now it's to the point where I did a session a couple days ago and was talking to Mike, and I said, Mike, I don't even really need, you don't really need to tip the table anymore. We can just talk. And he tipped it, yes, and then he started laughing.
Yeah.
And that's where it's going.
Good.
So yeah, it's very good. It's very good. And since then, I've done a lot of clients, and when you connect someone and they're hurting, and you help heal, you give some healing, and at the end of the session, they're hugging you, and they're crying, and they're tears of joy, and that's powerful. And I just want to continue doing that. Until the day I die,
Make me cry.
I want to continue doing that because that's what it's about. And Mike is my partner.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
He's like a steam engine. He's not roller skates. He's like a steam engine.
Well, you had said
down the
you
river.
had said last week when we did the
Locomotive.
You did the reading for us, and he said, yeah, you need to clone my father like 5 times over so we can put him out there.
Yeah, yeah. I know.
But he's awesome. I mean, he explains the spirit over the spirits that are coming through. Okay, here's how you do it. Use your energy to lift the table. Here's how we're going to make it happen. And I'm explaining the same thing to their loved ones over here, And it's funny. And an interesting point on that, and a very strong validation. John Garner. We did a couple of psychic fairs with you. And so very weird. The first psychic fair we did, John and I ended up setting up next to each other.
Right.
And John is a very talented psychic medium. And then
this isn't about John. I just have to sneeze. It's true. Yeah.
But we ended up setting up next to each other, and we talked, and I showed him a little bit what was going on. He was intrigued. So then we kind of went our separate ways, and that was in August of 2018 or whatever it was that we did that. And then a few months later, in October, you did another one. And it was big. I mean, you had 40 or 50 vendors there. I mean, there were a bunch of us. And I went in there and I set up in a very out of the way corner kind of thing. I set up and I left and I started walking around. I come back, he set up next to me.
Get out of here.
And I'm like, wow, that's interesting. That he out of all and he didn't know. He didn't.
Yeah.
So during the course of the psychic fair, he says to me, we had a kind of a lull in the action. And he said to me, John, did you lose a son? I said, yes, I did. And he goes, he helps you with this. And I said, yes, I know.
Oh, wow.
And he goes, he's standing right there. And he pointed to, when I have the table set up, Mike stands to the left. And he pointed right there. He says, he's standing right there.
Wow.
So he validated exactly what I was getting, which was pretty cool. And I said, yes, I know that, John. But you know what? I love it that you knew nothing about this, but you validated.
Yeah.
So that was very good.
I know it's like I sound like I'm 5, but you're both John.
Yeah, not a common
spelled
name.
A little different, but yeah, no. It's kind of like to see yourself in each other. Maybe you do things a little different doesn't make it better or worse, but it's just you get to validate each other too in the work. Yes. And I feel like as you know this, Michael will validate himself constantly for you, even though he knows just to get. I think it's like a pat on the back. Like, you're right, Dad. You're doing great, Dad. Aren't we doing great? Yes. And again, no ego in him at all. Just, he's just, I call it like fired up. He gets really fired up about the next thing you're going to do or what you're doing and he said, and he has like this kind of wise confidence that when he talks to spirit to kind of instruct, okay, you can come through. Like, when I first met him, I remember that feeling like, he's like running the room. Like he's saying, okay, not yet, hold on. And he's not mean at all. He's he doesn't have a mean. Yeah, he's very strong that almost like they sense him knowing to listen,
Right. They respect him.
Yeah.
Well, he orchestrated it by getting the reading last week. I told you that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I told you that I nodded off and I could see you picking my name, or Mia picking my name out of the jar and handing it to you, and you reading my name.
Yeah.
And that was at like 4:30 in the morning. I was actually at work.
Oh, wow.
And I texted Nance, my wife, and I said, we need to make a donation to Teresa's next show. Mike wants to, and
wow.
So, and we did. And
it'll be so much fun to have that connection with your people.
It would. And my heart breaks for people who, especially if they've lost a child, breaks because they just want some validation. And, for my wife and I, I don't want to say there's no other loss comparable to it, but it's just different. It's when you lose a child, it's just a different hurt.
Yeah.
And so people used to say to us, well, have you gone to therapy, whatever? And we would say, yes. Our therapist is Teresa Roba.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Please. No, it is not.
Because it absolutely is.
The gift.
Yes, because it validated that he is still around, that it doesn't end.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm more sure of that than I am about the sun coming up in the east tomorrow. So that's
God. Yeah. I just said yes.
That's where it's all at. That's where it's all at. So,
so I just think it's so cool to think that one day we'll be in heaven chatting about this lifetime, chatting about what we, even talking right to him and him saying it, and even seeing the movie of our life and seeing all the times they were around and that we believe that they were there, or we sense that they were there. We'll be so proud of ourselves for, not having a way that it's working, but just know that it is, that total surrender, so.
And, one of the things is, I want to give meaning to Mike's death. And this is one way to do it, to do good work, to help people and help, heal some of that hurt.
And you kind of see yourself in their eyes in a way, like
I empathize. I understand. And when I talk to people, I don't ever sit there and say, here's how you're going to heal. Here's how you're going to get over it, because you're not going to get over it. But there are two things that I do tell people, especially if they've lost a child. And one of them is you have to have a strong belief in the afterlife, because you have to have that hope. You have to have that knowing that we're going to be reunited. The other thing is that you have to accept that the hurt that's in your heart, and it's hurt, it's a hole in your heart. It's never going to heal. It'll scab over. It won't be quite as deep, but it's never going to heal. And you have to accept that.
Right.
Otherwise, if you don't, you're not going to live. And one of the things, this more than I do, the big thing when spirit comes through, they want us to live. This is important. This life is important. We don't always think that. We kind of take it for granted sometimes, but it's a privilege to be here in this form, in this physical world, to learn our lessons. And, sometimes we don't really appreciate that until we get over to the other side and we look at it and we say, oh, yeah, I could have.
Yeah, it's almost like school. Like when you're like older and you look back, it's like, I wish I would have paid attention a little bit more.
Yes.
I would have learned,
And none of us are perfect. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
Right, exactly.
Our school.
Yes.
The big school.
Right.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be here.
Thank you, Lisa.
But at least be aware that, there are ramifications to your actions. And, if you know people that are somehow getting over, they're not going to get over there. They're going to pay a price. And so you want to try to be a good-hearted person as much as you can. And again, that doesn't mean that you don't have moments of anger or whatever. And in the case of losing someone, a loved one, you're going to have moments in a day where you're just down. You're going to have a day where you're just down. The key is it can't go on for weeks and weeks at a time.
Right.
Because that's when you're hurting them by not living. They want to see us live. So do it as best you can. It's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be what it was. But you've gotta live.
Yeah.
And that's what they want to see.
Yeah, I want to validate one part of that from what they keep. I feel like they're bugging me to say this. They say there's a hole in your heart cut out into the shape of them, and nothing here is going to fill that except for them. So when we get to heaven and they fill it completely and our heart is whole again, while we hold them, they hold us, that day finally showing up, that's when we're going to have no longer that ache in our heart. But here is where we suffer. So this is where we need to connect with them spiritually, because again, this is where we suffer. Because I remember in the beginning, I used to say to them, why do I have, or not me, like, why do you have to say all these things now? Why can't you just tell them when they get to heaven? And it is because the suffering is here.
Right.
And that validation of their connectiveness to us, our connectiveness to them, that nonverbal communication that's happening all the time, it's will help us wake up and remember, because we do know on a soul level that we do have them at least that way, you know. And yeah, and they love, of course, anybody that loves you wants to help you be happy, wants to help you have a better life, and to lighten that grief is part of their quest too.
Yes, it helps them.
Yeah.
It helps them. If you're living here, it helps them.
Mm-hmm.
The only time since Mike has passed that I did not have that hurt in my heart was I was dreaming of him. And I was sitting in a big overstuffed chair like this.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a table next to it. And he came walking up and he took everything out of his pockets and put it on the table. I guess that was symbolic of putting everything on the table. And I stood up and I hugged him. And I told him I loved him. And he said, I love you too, Dad. It's good to be home. And Teresa, for the only time in the 11 plus years that he's been gone, the hurt in my heart was gone.
Yeah.
And I can't, there are no words to describe, you know, euphoric. There's no words to describe in this life the euphoria times 1,000 that I felt at that moment.
Yeah.
And I remembered, wow, this is what it's like not to have carry around that hurt, because that hurt is now like
Part of you.
It's like my left arm or my right leg. It's part of it now.
Yeah.
And it's you know, and then I woke up.
And sometimes it won't be ignored.
Yes.
You know, you could push it down and push it down
Right.
and push it
and
down.
that's what I say. You
It's
know,
going to come up.
If you get
it needs to release.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you get overwhelmed a moment in a day or for a day, embrace it. You know, cry. Do what you have to do.
Yeah.
Don't try to fight it. Just try not to let it go on for weeks at a time, because then you know.
Yeah.
You begin to have problems.
Yeah. And they say my death does not define me. They're not the OD or the suicide or the lung cancer or the brain aneurysm. They're people that experience life with us here and go on to continue their life in heaven. And sometimes they want to help us remember the good times and also help the God-given imagination in us to picture what they could be doing right now.
Right.
Get involved in their life now. That's why I think we have such a great imagination to play like and imagine in our mind's eye where they could be, even among us. They could be sitting on that chair or whatever.
Yeah.
You know. And the biggest thing I get when I get to give messages like why are they talking about you wearing blue socks or what? Yeah, it's to say they exist. To give a manifestation, a proof that they're existing. You know, that we'll call it being alive. More than even us, you know, and no limits, like having no anxiety, you know, not being able to get a cold or feel pain of the physical body anymore. Kind of teach us what their life is like now, so we can find some joy in that, and to feel good that even though we're not with them, bearing witness to it, the fact to know that they have that, and to love them enough to want it for them ahead of us getting it, is love too. It's like having to love them more.
That's where it all comes down to, is love.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question about that.
Yeah.
You know, I want to give a shout out to your daughter Elisa, because there's moments in this 11-year odyssey that I've been on, that Nance and I have been on, where there's been tipping point. And you know, and one of them was I was getting a Reiki session from her, and she's very, if you guys have never had one done, you need to get one done. She's very talented, and she gives you a reading while she's doing this session. And during one of these sessions, she said, John, they're telling me that if you do meditation, that doors are going to start opening up.
Wow.
And so I did, and they did. So
Wow.
yeah, and that was really the final breakthrough.
Yeah.
Where now messages really started coming through.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they say when the student is ready, the teacher will show up or whatever. Like, that now what do I do? Now what do I do? People, you don't have to worry about the whole story. Just do what you need to do. Stay in the now and take a breath and take a step and take a breath and take a step.
Well, if there's one thing I could tell
yeah.
people, one thing is do meditation. And don't get hung up on technique or, the minute details of meditation. Like, you can really get involved in this stuff. Just try to find basically the same time every day. Find a quiet place and just sit down, close your eyes, and just try to leave your mind blank.
Surrender.
Which is hard to do, but you'll get it. And just do it for 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't beat yourself up on it, but just do it for 10 minutes just to calm yourself down.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's one thing I could tell people, that would be it.
Yeah.
And no expectations, I guess.
Yes, no expectations.
Yeah, no expectations, surrender, let go, let God.
Yes.
I mean, I personally, and I know it's a preference, it's not good or bad, whatever. I love the visual. Like I do, like I go on YouTube and I always put meditation. And sometimes I don't even know what I want to say after that till I type it in. And I go Holy Spirit, or I go Archangel Michael, or I go, Mary Mother, or, whatever, saint or whatever.
So it's a guided meditation.
Yeah, and I always do like 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, and give or take a minute or two around that, because a lot of them are 2 hours, 3 hours. I'll fall asleep.
You'll never do that.
And I'm good.
Early on in the maybe somewhere
10 minutes. A lot can happen in 10 minutes.
Maybe in your Buddhist monk life down the road
Sure.
somewhere that will happen. But for those of us that are in the real world here, and we have things that are going on and things you're racing through your mind, 10 minutes is fine.
Yeah, and they're all typically like listening to the breath, bringing the light in, and then whether you're going down steps or walking on a beach or whatever. I like it. I like that visual because I'm very visual, and then I really do. I have a very visual mind, so I do see Jesus. I do literally see them, like I'm watching a movie. So it's kind of like nice, and I do get messages. I'll get, whatever they're going to tell me, and it could be very emotional too, when Jesus hugs you and you're like, and you start crying, I'm not worthy, but it's great because you get healed when you allow the grace to commune with you. It's like, you're yellow and God's blue and you become green, whatever. That changes your DNA. It gets into you and it does things you don't have to know it's doing. It's cleaning, it's recycling, it's blessing, it's bringing your vibration up so then you can hear and all that stuff.
Well, that's a good point.
And have be a constant, Joe, I want to say this real quick, is that, when you go into that state of grace to receive, doesn't it feel great? Doesn't it feel like that beautiful feeling?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be nice to feel that all the time?
You can feel your heart opening up.
Yes.
It opens up like massively.
Yeah. And there's a lot of physical sensations that can happen to your spirit is active and things are, you can't just make all that up. And I think it affects your normal. Like when you go, okay, thank you. Have a great day, God. And you go back to filling the dishwasher, everything. It shifts you there. Yes. It affects everything.
Yes, it does.
It's not like you go back to, you constantly have that grace with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a moment where one day I went up and I was laying in my bed and I was laying on my stomach, and I don't normally lay on my stomach to sleep. I'm a side person, but for some reason I felt the need to lay on my stomach, and I nodded off. And then all of a sudden I felt this. The only thing I can describe it as, it was like a vortex of energy come into my body, and my body was, now this is in my mind in a dream that I'm having, okay? And I realize that I'm dreaming. I'm in my bed. I know where I'm at. And this vortex of energy in my body, and I tensed up, and I was afraid. And I said, Padre Pio, help me. And all of a sudden he appeared to the left of me.
Oh, wow.
And he said, it's okay. Just relax.
Okay.
And I did.
Yeah.
And that energy just like swooshed through me, just back and forth, taking my body back and forth and back and forth.
Wow.
And I believe that what happened there was they were coming in to increase my vibration levels.
Yeah.
And after that, things really accelerated.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, and everything leads to really getting what's pure and what's good and what's best and the highest for everyone. Because our decision making is filtered through that energy. How we see the world is filtered through that energy. It's not just them getting to us too.
Right.
But yes, if you're feeling really missing someone's past, their vibration is up here. They will drop to meet us, but we have to bring ourselves up.
There's
to
always going
meet
to be a
them
gap of some
halfway.
sort. You just try to minimize that
Yeah.
gap.
And you learn to hear, see, feel, kind of know.
Right.
Yeah, it's not something you have to it's almost like waiting for them to show you, waiting for them to give you the feeling. It's not anything you have to try to do, but other than the effort being trying to choose, because everybody goes to a bad thought and you could feel it bad, like, oh, that's not me, that's, and you go, cancel that.
Right. You're not going to be perfect, so don't beat yourself up if you get angry or you show some sort of negative emotion.
Well, it's like a movie screen in your head and things are flying by, and some things you just have to not attach to. That's all. There's a choice in that. Don't
Can we talk? I know we're time wise.
Yeah.
Can we talk real quick about table tipping? Because I just want to explain a little bit about what that is. And like I said, I use a regular TV table. It's a wooden table. And I place my hands on it, and you can actually feel the energy of your loved ones come through it, and they will actually lift the front of that table.
Yeah.
And so they'll tip it once for yes, twice for no, and then they can go through the alphabet A, B, C, spelling out names and things and messages.
And don't try this at home, please.
Yes.
Okay.
And here's one of the questions I always get. Well, is it like the Ouija board?
Right.
It is, in that it's a physical mediumship. And table tipping goes back hundreds of years. It's one of the forms of communication with the other side. Not well known. It kind of, by the wayside back in the 1930s with the advent of radio and all. But anyway, it's not better. It's just different than what you do. Okay. You can do readings for a lot of people. I can't do that. I can sit down with one person. You'll feel your loved one's energy come across that table, which is a very emotional experience.
It is.
The Ouija board. The Ouija board is not evil.
Nancy, I didn't know you were here too, you little sneak.
The Ouija board is not evil in and of itself. It's an inanimate object. The problem with the Ouija board is that it's sold as a game, and so kids use it. People who get drunk use it. People who want to conjure up evil spirits use it. And if that's what your goal is, you'll do it. Right? And you'll open a door that you're going to regret.
Yeah.
But it's all about intention. It's if you're coming from the heart, which is hundreds of times I've done table tipping sessions, and I've never had a negative experience. Always been positive. Yeah. Because it comes from love.
Yeah. And I have to add that when we used to do the retreats, and you would do it, I would literally be all the way in the back of the room because I wanted to give the room to you and not be asked to talk to spirits, whatever, let them go here. And I would see the dad walk in and push the table. I would see, remember little Philomena came through, the little girl, and I said her, and God, did she tell me her name's Philomena?
Yeah. And she spelled that out.
Yeah. And the girl was like, she knew her, Donna Fricker. She knew her, that was what, and it was like crazy. So I would actually see them moving around the room. I would see them pushing, sending the energy. They don't really they send energy. To the table.
Because obviously they're not in physical form. They can't lift anything. They use energy to lift.
Yeah, the whoosh, the waves of energy. And I've been on the other side with you, other side, but we've been on the other side too together, but that's another story.
No pun intended.
We've been on the table there, with just lightly. You don't even put pressure or weight on it. Your fingertips lightly touch. And I felt the wave of energy coming like from out there, going through the table and like almost like it's not like, but it's the only thing I explain is if someone put like a heat lamp and put a fan to it and waves of, but it's not hot,
Right,
you know.
right.
So you felt it, you feel it, and it's not just like, was that something light that went by? It was like whoosh, whoosh, like that, and you cannot make that happen. And there's nobody
No.
in front of it. There's no
Your fingers will
explanation
tingle
for it.
sometimes, your fingertips, because the energy is coming across.
Mhm.
You said an interesting thing years ago when we did that first on the retreat back in 2011. You said, John, if you could see what I could see when your hands are on the table, it looks like your hands are melted into the wood. And I never told anybody this, but I felt that for a long time, but I never
Oh,
shared
wow.
that with anybody.
Oh wow.
And then you said it, and it's
Yeah.
like, wow, that's powerful.
Well, they were probably showing it to me and saying that that's what's going on and validating that. That's why I feel like you already know all this stuff, and at each point you're getting your validation through different mediums and spiritual people that just want to validate your process.
Right.
Yeah.
And the table tipping is powerful in that you can feel your loved one's energy.
Yeah.
So it's a little
very emotional.
It's very
emotional.
It's very emotional. And
because something in your soul knows it's them. It's not trickery or anything. And
we
it's
validate
not like,
that. I mean, we have them spell their names out, even though now
ready for
I
this?
already know basically who it is. But I want it for the client to be able to.
I've known my friend Teresa Regan for 10, 15, 20 years, whatever,
she
long
was
time. She gets on there and she says, she's talking to her mom who died when she was in 8th grade. Her mom died in a car accident. She's on there with you and she's talking to her mother, and I hear her say, what was my name, my pet name you would call me? And I was like, I'm all the way on the other side of the room watching you guys, and I'm going, I don't even know that. Like, she never told me her mother had a pet name. Freaking name was Gypsy. Does she freaking spell out Gypsy? You don't know that. How are you going to know that?
No.
And I was like, and she's crying, and I'm talking to her later.
And that's a great validation.
It was she called you Gypsy. Oh my God, that's like, you can't explain that. This isn't a magician. This isn't a sleight of hand. And those waves I'm talking about, it's not like, you're
waves.
Pushing. Yes, like ocean waves. They're riding above the table, through the table, under the table. They're being felt like.
What they do
and
is
because I'm a medium, I can feel that.
Yes.
And,
and a lot of the clients can feel it too, because they're spiritually connected.
Right.
It's like a wave of energy that comes in, and what they're doing is they're building up momentum to help lift the table. So it comes in and then it goes out, and it comes in and then eventually they're able to lift the table.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and that's a powerful thing. I mean, look, we're talking about an inanimate object moving.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And unfortunately, we're conditioned because of movies that, if this bowl moves from here to here, oh my gosh, that's something evil. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So because that's the way the movies.
Right, they got to sell tickets. Yeah.
So I get that, some people may be watching this and they say, oh, that's a little crazy, whatever. I get it. Believe me, the first time I did it, I said to my friend, she explained what was going to happen. I said, wait a minute, you're telling me that this table is going to lift up on the front end, it's going to lift up. And she leaned into me and she went, yes. And I said, okay, let's give it a shot,
Yeah.
But it's like I said, it's all about intention and where it's coming from. So it's not.
Yeah. Do you feel people have a calling to be people that work with that?
Oh, I've run
people.
Oh yeah, I've run across
that. Everyone out there shouldn't be like, because you could tell me I'm wrong. I'll admit. I mean, is it right to say don't just try this at home?
I would say don't try this at home unless you've worked with someone who is practiced in it and understands how to do it properly. But there are plenty of people that I've done sessions for, and I said, you can do this, and so here's what I want you to do, and
you get that it's okay if they do it,
because part of our path here and what we're supposed to do is, I always call it that we're part of the army of the awakened. The Lord has put us out there and given us this gift to help heal people, but to also get the word out there that, there is another side.
Yeah.
It's this is the greatest thing in the history of mankind. There is nothing that's even a close second.
No.
Think about this.
Yeah.
There is no question that when we pass in this physical form, we have a soul and it goes over to the other side. It goes home. We go home. That is home. This is not home.
Right.
We're only here, like you said, it's a classroom.
Yeah.
We're going over to the other side. We're going home. And we're able to validate that.
Yeah.
How much more powerful can it be than that?
Yeah. And the funny thing is, for everybody, it's right here. It's like as close as the nose on your face, the truth. And if you could just slow down to see it, or, you know, tune into it.
That's why I say with the meditation.
Well, you know, and and now, you know, is there spirits out there if you aim too low, bust your balls? Yeah. I ran into some of them when I tried a little bit of, was it a pendulum? I tried a pendulum. Now, again, everybody else can have a lot of success with it. Again, it's an object that you use. It's the intention. I had no knowledge of it, and everything it was telling me was lies. So, but that was, I believe, to teach me this is not what you're going to do. This is what you're going to do.
Every medium,
steering
every
in the right
medium
direction.
that I've ever run into, we're all different. We all come at this.
It wasn't evil.
No.
It was just breaking my balls. That's all.
We come at this from different angles. We're all going to the same place, but we're doing it in a different way.
Right.
And so, you know, there is no one way. That's, you know, some people are tarot readers, and tarot is very powerful. You know, you're just a straight psychic medium, or you're a physical psychic medium like myself. You know, it all works.
And I think part of our responsibility, being woke and having a gift on another level, is for people to feel safe, that it isn't scary, and it's like breathing. It's alive. It's a part of who you are. It's not you can't be afraid of yourself.
Your loved ones are never going to allow harm to come to you. You know, I had. We were doing a table tipping session one time, and there were a lot of people around. And somebody said to me, "Well, you know, could something evil come in?" I said, "You know, I don't think that would be a good idea for that evil person to try to come in here, because there is so much love and good vibes in this room that they're just going to bounce that thing, whatever it is.
They're going to scream and run.
They're going to know they made a mistake." And that's what it is. And you know, it's it comes from love. It all starts with
I can count on one hand how many times something evil has shown up for me. And every time they scream and run, and I go, "What?"
Exactly.
And someone told me they see God. They see God. So, you know, we're so surrounded with the light, and they don't want to be with us. You know, it's the people that are on an evil path that they will slither in and attach themselves to and bring themselves in. So it's, you know, choosing to be nice, you know, you sending that light out there is, you know, attracting the light too, and the bad will, you know. And I think the more loving you are when something isn't loving, boy, it stands out. Yeah. You know, there's no confusion to be polite and step out of the way. You know,
they recoil from that.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'll admit to everybody, I was very not skeptical, like I didn't believe you, but I wasn't sure this was a safe medium.
Early on.
Very beginning. But when I felt it for myself and really felt and started seeing the spirits literally walk up and hear them and talking to their loved ones and seeing the process. And not that I asked to see it, they just showed me it.
You had a show a few months ago where you drew a name out and that individual wasn't able to call in. And I got a hold of I said, "I'm getting pulled to that person. Like, I need to get a hold of, do you have?" And she was like, "Well, he's probably on Facebook and everything." So I reached out to this person, John, his first name. Coincidence. And I didn't hear anything from him for like a month. And I said, "Oh, well, you know, maybe it wasn't him or whatever." And then all of a sudden, you know, and I sent a message on Facebook. And it's like, yeah, I'm a medium, and you know, you were on a show, and you were supposed to get a reading. So, you know, sound kind of crazy if it wasn't the person that I was trying to reach. And I figured I just let it go, and I said, okay, well, obviously that wasn't the person.
Mm.
Well, he gets a hold of me,
Yeah.
and he's like, yeah, that was me. He said, I just saw your message, and I gotta, you know. And we ended up, long story short, we ended up getting together. We did a table tipping session.
Oh, well.
He was meant to come to me. For
Yeah.
whatever reason, I don't know.
Wow.
His loved ones wanted him to connect through me.
Yeah.
And I just felt that.
Yeah.
I got
Absolutely.
pulled. So, and
That's
we,
great.
And we did, and it worked out great. And, you know, he was very happy.
Let's say someone out there does want to give you a call. What's the number to call?
I have a website. It's tip2connect.com.
Tip to like a two or a
no,
T-O?
No, T-O. Tip2connect, all one word, lowercase, doesn't matter.
Okay.
.com. My telephone number is on there. Just give me a call.
All right. What's the number? Come on.
215-990-0968.
Okay.
215-990-0968. That's my
Yeah.
personal phone number, cell phone. And, you know, we'll set something up and go from there.
Yeah. And you can feel like you're in excellent hands. Trust me. Excellent hands. So, anything else you want to say? I know that we got the holidays coming up, and you know,
Tip to connect.
I want to
Right.
tip2connect.com. I want to tell you too. I don't know how much you heard because you came in to do this segment. The last reading I did was a woman that was it a week ago or 2 weeks? 2 weeks ago, her son. Remember the picture we showed it, Michael. No, just now before you walked and sat down.
Well, the interesting thing is I was texting with Lisa while you were doing that, and she said coincidentally, my mom is doing a reading for a woman who lost her son. His name is Michael. And immediately I got that there is no question that Mike helped him come through.
Yeah.
And he helped his mom's name get pulled out of the
Sherry.
Yeah.
And he said he's Puerto Rican. I'm half Puerto Rican.
I feel like they were all
Sherry, Irish name. Pulaski or whatever was the last name. It sound very Italian to me anyway. And sure enough, his last name is Vasquez or something. I'm probably screwing up everybody's name.
There's no doubt in my
but
mind.
That was incredible. Not me, him. He just beautiful.
And we were just
and that
texting
mother
right
just
at that
went,
time. So
Michael. And then I'm thinking,
my heart goes out to her because I know where she's at right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. So, if you just want to talk, I'm open to doing that too. Just give me a call and I'll tell you how how we're dealing with it, and because it never ends. If you just need to talk, just give me a call.
Okay. Well, anything else you want to say, or?
No, I just want to thank you for your friendship, and
same here.
And I feel like we could sit here and have an entire show for 4 hours just talking about all of the connections that we've now made.
I just thought of something else. Did you hear, I don't know if it was the last reading. The sister was Olivia.
Oh.
Yes.
Not Olivia again. Yes.
Yeah. And I gotta say this one thing. He's very, very, very intuitive and psychic and very in touch with his past lives. I think that kind of goes hand in hand. You start self-discover with mediumship and having spiritual gifts light up and start working, and you like other doors start opening too. And one day, I just have to share this. One day, we're here and he's in front of me walking. We were chatting and we're still chatting. And all of a sudden he turns, he goes, would you say something about, we were brother and sister or something. And all of a sudden he went into this vision, Oh, we were brother and sister. We were in Egypt together. We were brother and sister. We got stabbed in the back. Now no one knows that I know that when I started having my gift unfold and open up, I started having past life actually occur first. And it was France. It was about somebody I had loved. They got killed, blah, blah, blah. The pain came up. And then all of a sudden, all these other lives started showing up, And I have a flash. I have a couple visions of me in Egypt, and definitely was in Egypt. And One of them was me walking down this hallway, this stone hallway, people in front of me and back of me, and I got stabbed in the back and died. Do you tell people that? You don't tell people that. Oh my God, I was having a cup of coffee, and then all of a sudden I remembered that I got stabbed in the back in Egypt, so didn't tell anybody. He starts talking about, I'm like, are you freaking kidding me that you just said that? So, like, nobody knows that. My husband doesn't.
And that's what happens. It's like
my best friend doesn't know that. My daughter doesn't know that.
It's like a computer downloading. You just start getting information. And
yeah, we were hanging out, and I just realized this saying it out loud. We were, you're gonna, oh my God. We were walking
down the corridor. Right there.
Sometimes, I'm late to the party, but at least I show up. Oh my God, you were walking in front of me and I was walking behind you. We were still talking, and then you just went into that. I just realized that
we were all in
now.
That life together. We were all in.
Yeah, Elisa was there too, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't Elisa? You saw Lisa there or something?
And you guys didn't tell me that, and I had something come up on the retreat where I was in Egypt and I got stabbed in the stomach.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
so
not.
It was
not a good
lifetime. No.
Why? I actually felt I deserved it a little bit, but it's okay. That's beside the point. Yeah, I was very ugh. I felt very not so nice in that way, but that's okay. So anyway, every other ones I remember just for my credibility here. I was actually very sweet. Okay, move along. You balance.
Definitely making up this lifetime.
Yeah, I'm making up. Thank you, Lisa.
But for the people watching, I mean, obviously, this is some very deep stuff. I mean,
it's kind of kooky.
And this unfolded. Well, it unfolded over.
It's true.
It unfolded over a number of years, so this is not something.
Oh yeah.
It's going to take time.
Yeah.
The big thing is do some meditation. Try to recognize when you get signs. So whether they're pennies or they're birds or they're butterflies or whatever they are, songs on the radio, just acknowledge it to your loved one, whoever that is. And that's going to give them.
It worked. Let me try that again.
Energy.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's try it again. And that's how you begin to build that relationship to where, you can have better communication.
Because they're people. They're people. They don't have magic powers. They're trying different things. They're going to, how are they going to know it's me out of everybody that's passed and then believe and then get what I'm trying to say all in one, so so let's do the what was that from the dating game?
Yes.
Right? Love you.
All
Be
right.
kind. Let Spirit inspire you. From Spirit Inspires here at the show. We love you. Happy Thanksgiving. Much love.
All right.
Mwah. I don't know why I felt like the dating game.
I felt
Ready?
like that was